Okay, I think we're live. Welcome back. We've got a tornado warning already in progress here in Saratoga County, New York. So we're just literally hopping right into it again. I know that's been kind of the theme lately as I've been trying to get live as quick as I can after work and whatnot. But again, we have a tornado warning here in right near Saratoga Springs, and it looks to be really starting to tighten up. You can see that RFD starting to pull around the backside of the storm here as more of these targets just continue to get yanked around the back here. You can see those greens starting to get a little brighter over time here and start to pull further around to the south. And so the further those pull around to the south, the more likely we're going to be potentially seeing a tornado with this storm. So again, it's pretty tight rotation right now. Nothing that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground right this moment, but a tornado warning in effect. And again, this is if we had a tornado, it would be pretty much just to the northwest of Saratoga Springs, right along Highway 9N there. Good to see everybody tuning in the chat. I see Cooper, Logan, my father, Diana Maria. Got a lot of folks out here. Again, this is a tornado warning that is active right now for Saratoga Springs. We'll say the most recent radar scan doesn't look quite as impressive on the velocities here. But again, we could easily have a tornado just to the northwest of Saratoga Springs. If we did have one, it would be pretty much right here. Kind of like due north of Milton there. We do have some cameras in the area. I'm going to see if I can get anything. Just give me a moment to work some magic here, see if I can find anything. All right, we're going to switch to 3-cam mode. And we got a handful of cameras out here. It's like maybe that one's not going to work for me. That's northbound. Okay, we'll do that one. All right, so we got a couple of cameras in at least to try and see if we can get a decent idea of what's going on out here. But again, no tornado on the ground in terms of a debris signature that we can identify on radar. There could be a tornado on the ground. You can't rule it out entirely. The couplet does look not terrible, so it would not blow my mind to see a tornado come out of this, despite the fact that it's not like, you know, incredibly likely. I'm not sitting here like, man, this is about to put down a tornado imminently or anything like that. But it definitely is a concerning couplet and a very well-structured storm here. There's a lot of lightning in this. It's very electrically active as well. Do I think this will be the last tornado warning? It might not be. There's a lot of discrete or semi-discrete storms all throughout the Northeast right now, and I think that trend will hold at least for another hour or two. So really, any of these storms that can get themselves going are going to pose the exact same threat that we're looking at with the one that's tornado warned right now. And again, that's for Saratoga County in New York. But again, this is a tornado warning. It's going to last for another 35 minutes here if it does survive that whole life cycle. I don't think it will. The storm is moving pretty quick here. It's moving. They actually have it only tagged as moving east at 15 miles per hour. Seems like it's moving more northeast and a little faster than 15 miles per hour. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. There you go. Yeah, it's moving like east to northeast, and I think it's moving a little faster than 15 miles per hour. Maybe not. Tom, I see you in the chat. Logan as well. Nancy, Kevin, Deb, I see a lot of folks out there. Good to see everybody. I hope everyone's doing well this evening and staying safe. Again, this is a decently concerning couplet as it continues to remain pretty organized out here, right near Saratoga Springs. Again, if we had a tornado, it'd be just on the north side of town here. It'd be, let me center this a little better for you. It would be kind of right in this area if we had a tornado at the moment. guess it could technically end up a little bit further south, somewhere in that little oval for sure. Is where we'd be looking at. I'd more so be looking at towards the top part of that oval there, but definitely decent rotation, concerning enough for a tornado warning, in my opinion. I do think it is a good tornado warning. Looks like we lost one of our cameras. See if we can find a better one. That'll do. This is a good one too. That second camera in the middle of your screen is going to be kind of in the precipitation shaft of this storm. It's right along, what is that, like Highway 9 there, just to the north of Saratoga Springs. So it's closer to Glens Falls. It's kind of that camera essentially you're seeing is kind of like right in here. It's right in the middle of that precipitation region of the storm. Again, that's the forward flank downdraft when you have a supercellular structure like this. But it looks like things are starting to tighten up here. I do think that a tornado is definitely possible. And I think it would be kind of like right in here if we had one. Looks like something is wrapping up very quickly out here, close to Richmondville. That could be a new tornado warning coming in here in just a moment. You can literally see that notch starting to form out here. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're probably going to get another tornado warning there. We're going to get that velocity scan in, the next velocity scan in just a second here. I think we easily could be looking at another tornado warning, and this one would be towards Richmondville, Cobleskill, basically going right up along I-88 here. Still waiting on that next velocity scan. Should be in any second here. Yeah. So that's an area of concern for sure. You can see that very, very, very textbook-looking notch here with that spin-up type of action. This one's not as supercellular, or it's not really supercellular at all. That's more of a spin-up tornado. This is more supercellular here near Saratoga Springs, and it looks pretty concerning here. I really think it's possible that there could be a weak tornado just to the north of Saratoga Springs, like on the north side of town right there. But I think we easily could see a tornado warning put in here for Richmondville and Cobleskill. It would probably look something like, and there it is.
A new tornado warning.
It's probably going to look something like this. Oh, what is that? Wait, what is that? Did that just say Colorado? Did I read that correctly? I haven't looked out there in the last couple of minutes. Did that just say Colorado, or am I losing my mind? We're going to find out in a second when it populates on my map here. That was interesting. If that's in Colorado, that's definitely not what yeah, it is. It's a confirmed. I was going to say that's a dark red. So we have a confirmed tornado in Colorado right now. Whoops. Not at all what I expected to see here. Some sort of orographic or mesoscale collision here, leading to a tornado, so it seems. The public have confirmed this tornado. So apparently we have a tornado on the ground in Colorado out of nowhere. There's not much of a tornado threat at all in Colorado today. So this is definitely some sort of like a mesoscale or perhaps an orographic situation here. Again, this region is much more mountainous. You'll see we're right off the Rockies here. I mean, literally Rockvale.
A new tornado.
And there's a new one in New York. So that's what we were expecting. But we have a confirmed tornado in Colorado. But yeah, that's a confirmed tornado in Colorado. That's not at all what I expected to see. This looks increasingly concerning, by the way, near Saratoga Springs here. I mean, it's possible. could, in theory, maybe even be twins trying to form here. Most likely not. It would most likely be one, but we're getting some interference here with the data. That's this region here. So at least something is interfering with the data, at least a little bit there. But again, we could easily have a tornado on the north side of Saratoga Springs here. So it'd be kind of right along Interstate 87 or just to the west of it. But again, the radar scans that we're looking at are always a minute or two behind. So it's probably crossing the interstate pretty much right now. But again, we have a confirmed tornado out of nowhere here in Colorado, just near Rockvale, confirmed by the public. And I haven't seen it myself. I'm monitoring, see if we can figure out what it is, but public confirmed. But again, a confirmed tornado. I'm assuming this is an orographically induced tornado here in Colorado. And for a little reference on where we're to the southwest of Pueblo. So we're kind of in southern central Colorado here, right off the mountains. And again, I think this is some sort of an orographic induced tornado in some type of way. So very interesting. And hopefully it's not impacting anybody. If it is on the ground, it very well might be on the ground. I mean, this low ZDR bubble here makes me think like that could be. I mean, it's probably not. Those should just be fat raindrops. But yeah, very odd situation in Colorado for sure. But again, we have two different tornado warnings. Actually, this is not the one that I expected. This is what I expected near Richmondville. This is a mini supercell that's fired off out here and definitely is deserving of a tornado warning here. I don't know how I missed that a moment ago. But we could easily have another tornado trying to form here just to the south of Margaretville. So possibly a pretty active evening here, so it seems. We're getting right into the thick of it here early on. Let me go ahead and see if I can find another camera. See if I can find one in Colorado. I don't remember. Yeah, we don't really have anything nearby. Closest cameras in Colorado are going to be in Pueblo, of course. Yeah, nothing really close enough there. I'll see if I can find some other ones in New York. Okay, here's a cool one that's looking at that other tornado warning. It's just very far away in the middle left of your screen. So that one's, where is that at? That's all the way near Catskill or Jefferson Heights. But again, a confirmed tornado in Colorado, two different tornado warnings in New York, including this one, which again is just, it still looks very concerning here. I mean, this thing could easily be spitting out a tornado at any moment here. And this is right basically along I-87 here, just to the north of Saratoga Springs. And then I'm also watching this, which could be, it's too low of DBZ values, but it could be a tornado on the ground in theory. Oh, that might be a weak tornado on the ground here. Just to the west of Richmondville, right along I-88. Again, so what I'm looking at here is right in this area, you have your velocity couplet. You have some gate-to-gate action going on. It means your reds are touching your greens right here. Okay, and then you have a little bit of a CC drop in about the same spot. It's very, very close. And so that would usually indicate a tornado debris signature. The problem is you need 40 plus DBZs, which would mean on reflectivity here, you need yellow. So because you're not seeing anything yellow in there, it's kind of hard. Okay. Well, now you have 40 plus dBZs, but the CC drop is gone. So perhaps not a tornado. We don't have the newest velocity scan in just yet. We're going to get that in a moment. The severe thunderstorm warning that this is coming out of is not tornado possible tagged. So we're going to see what that new velocity couplet looks like in just a moment. And it's definitely dissipated. So might have been a brief tornado that went unwarned near Richmondville. It's definitely possible. Yeah, whatever was there went away fast. I mean, it probably squeezed one out and occluded itself almost instantaneously. As essentially like a mini RFD kind of came around and pinched off that inflow here. So I would assume that's what happened over there if we had a tornado. Again, I'm still watching this one a little bit further to the south, closer to Margaretville in New York. And that one's going to be for Ulster County. It's a mini supercell here. I don't believe it's on the ground right now. And then our main concern is definitely the one just to the northeast of Saratoga Springs here, which could be on the ground at any moment. Kevin saying there's torrential rainfall and flooding on roads in north of Dublin, apparently, in Ireland. That is not ideal. Obviously, our thoughts are with those out in Nepal and Tibet and surrounding areas that have been devastated by the flash flooding there over the last couple of, or the last day or so. About. Okay, it's possible that we could, depending on what the velocity couplet looks like in a minute, it's possible that we could be looking at the slightest of slight tornado debris signatures here. We're going to wait for that velocity couplet, or the next velocity scan, I should say, in about 5 seconds, I think. Yeah. So we could have a confirmed tornado here. It's very slight, but it's possible that we have some resemblance of a tornado debris signature here. Now, keep in mind, I don't think this is enough to radar confirm it because it needs to be below, it needs to be 80 or lower. This is 89 % in the correlation coefficient. So it's possible, but I don't think this will get radar confirmed by the National Weather Service here. And I would not confirm it personally if I was sitting in the chair, unless there was a visual on it, which, as far as I know, there is not. This camera that I'm about to put in the bottom left of your screen is basically where this tornado would be if it was on the ground right now. It's on I-88 here. It might be like just to the south. I don't know if it would be looking in the correct direction, but it's very, very nearby of where that tornado would be if it was on the ground right now. We still have a confirmed tornado in southern central Colorado as well, near Rockvale. And again, that was confirmed by the public and is still confirmed as of 5 minutes ago. It's probably not hitting anything. There's not really anything here. We can disable our radar products and just take a look at what's even in the area, which is basically nothing. I mean, I don't even think there's homes or anything like in that area. We're going to see as the higher resolution data rolls in just a second. You can see it starting to creep down from top to bottom of your screen here. We'll see if it'll populate within a couple seconds here. If not, I'll have to go back to New York. But this is taking quite a long time. Work. We're getting there. I just need these couple of boxes to see if there's actually anything in there. There we go. Okay, it looks like there is not, yeah, there's just really not much in here. It's just trees. Looks like a couple of like dirt roads, perhaps. Trails of some kind. So that's the good news is hopefully if there is a tornado on the ground here still, it's not hitting anything. But the public have confirmed as of about 6 minutes or 7 minutes ago now that this was a tornado on the ground. All right, we're going to go back to New York, where we have two different tornado warnings, a mini supercell just to the south of Margaretville, which doesn't look as concerning at the moment as it did a little bit ago. You'll see this velocity couplet was looking quite intense a little bit ago, very, very tight there. It still could be capable of producing a tornado at any moment here. You're going to notice some contamination with some agitated cumulus right over here starting to bubble up and get sucked into the inflow there, which could cause some problems for the storm and hopefully stop it from producing a tornado. We had that other possible brief unwarned tornado to the west of Richmondville a little while ago. That would have been right around here. And then
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got another tornado warning in New York. I'm guessing it's going to be crossing the border here for like Hancock with this other mini supercell. Maybe. I haven't actually looked at that one. Nope, it's actually a new downstream tornado warning, which makes way more sense for the Saratoga Springs or Schuylerville storm, as that one is still most certainly capable of producing a tornado here, without a doubt. I do want to actually take a look at this, though, closer to the Pennsylvania border, as that could become problematic here. So that's something to watch for Hancock here, right on the border of Pennsylvania and New York. That's going to be another one to watch as well. Kaysen, good to see you in the chat. I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. Possibly another one too. Lots of mini supercell action out here. This is like Wisconsin back in June or July, whatever that was, near Sonestown, Pennsylvania, to the east of Williamsport. That's another one to watch out for. That should be State College's domain there. Maybe not. So a lot of different areas to worry about right now for tornadic potential. And again, that confirmed tornado in Colorado has been lifted, by the way. So there's not a tornado warning anymore. It was just yanked right off the map. So again, multiple tornado warnings and perhaps multiple other areas of concern for possible tornadic development as well. Again, the one near Richmondville, not a concern anymore, but it certainly was, at least for a minute there. I'm surprised that went fully unwarned. Either way with that storm, without a doubt, a lot of rain. And probably some pretty gusty winds here as a little bit of a Boeing segment wind bag type of situation appears to be forming, at least in some capacity there. And then we have a mini supercell that's getting all contaminated now. So this one's probably going to really struggle to produce a tornado here. So that's good news. You can see it getting significantly messier on velocity here. But essentially what's happening is you had this mini supercell like this, and all of this other cumulus bubble nonsense just started getting sucked on into the inflow here. You can watch that happen over a couple of frames. You can see this discrete mini supercell and then these little cumulus bubbles firing off and just getting sucked right in. That's going to help this thing not stay organized here and hopefully stop it from producing a tornado. And then this near Hancock is still somewhat concerning to me as well. It's become more and more concerning over time. This is right at the border of Pennsylvania and New York. It is not tornado possible tagged on that severe thunderstorm warning. It's tagged for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, so apparently I'm seeing in the chat from Gabagool that a local has confirmed the tornado in Saratoga Springs. So that's a report that is not confirmed by the National Weather Service, but there was a moment here where I did think we had a tornado. It was right around here. And perhaps a couple of frames before this as well. See if I can find that frame. Maybe it was this one. Which frame was it? But multiple instances here where this easily could have put down a tornado. I think this frame probably looked the best of them all, where there might have been a brief tornado there right along Highway 50. But this cell is still pretty discreet and continuing to do its thing. It's possible that a handoff is about to happen here in a moment where this area of rotation will occlude and it'll get passed on down to a new area of rotation right over here, a little bit further south, right along I-87. As it does look like on even the latest scan here, that rotation continuing to broaden out near Schuylerville. So that's good. Hopefully we just watched the RFD occlude that storm, or that couplet, I should say, and stop it from producing another tornado if there was one to begin with. My mom with a $10 super chat saying, excellent coverage. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Nothing really going on back home in St. Louis as far as I know. Out in Nebraska, by the way, we do have a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for 2-inch hail. Actually, this one near Chadron is actually golf ball sized hail is what that's tagged for. But there were larger hailstones right before I went live. Both of these are tagged for golf ball sized hail, but there was up to tennis ball sized hail with a couple of these storms. Just some stronger ones out here in South Dakota and Nebraska, kind of straddling the border there. Still watching this mini supercell here. You can see that inflow is surviving the merging of that other cumulus mess here. So this could form a more robust supercell if that updraft can sustain itself despite the contamination. And then I'm still watching the storm near Hancock as well, which does look increasingly concerning. You can see those reds starting to pull back around to the bottom there. And that is usually a telltale sign that this one's going to try and do the same thing that the other storm did near Richmondville, I believe it was. That's what it was. Yeah, Richmondville. So this is still one to pay very close attention to, and perhaps a low precip hook starting to form near Thompson as well with like a mini supercell, a mini supercell just behind the storm near Hancock. So that one's near Thompson or Staruka in northeastern Pennsylvania. And by the way, that tornado warning was lifted on the mini supercell near Margaretville just a couple of minutes ago. I don't think I ever actually said that out loud. I just kind of watched it happen. But that one doesn't look threatening at all because, again, of all that mess that is getting up in there, like I mentioned a moment ago. And the possible tornado that came out of this storm near Saratoga Springs, that rotation is significantly broadening out on every radar scan here. But again, it's possible that we get a handoff. You'll see this other couplet potentially starting to form closer to Saratoga Springs. And that's right here that I'm watching. So watch over time here. You're going to see this stronger couplet. It's going to continue off, and then it starts to broaden. And now this new one begins to pop up in that white circle over time there. So if that one can intensify, it could become problematic as well. That camera in Leeds, New York, on the left-hand side of your screen, I believe that is construction stuff that was there before this. That camera is not where this tornado was. That's much further to the south, closer to Catskill, Jefferson Heights. It's where that mini supercell is heading. So it's down here, closer to Hudson, I believe. It's like right around Hudson. Yeah, it's basically in Hudson there, along I-87. But it does look like our mini supercell might be growing into a big boy supercell at some point here. It looks like it's really starting to reorganize here. So that updraft seems to have survived. So that's going to be a key storm to watch over the next 10 minutes or so. Juan, good to see you in the chat. Janice, Tom, I see a lot of folks out there. Weather Wisdom, Kaysen, of course. Kevin, what else do we got? Of course, Logan. Wayne Heiser asking, can I check Bensalem, Pennsylvania? I missed that a moment ago. I think you sent that message a few minutes ago. I don't know exactly where that is. So I'm told it's northeast of Philly. Yeah, I believe it is northeast of Philly somewhere. Generally nothing going on around Philly though. To answer the question, of course, a lot of flash flooding, but nothing tornadic, I should say. When I say nothing going on, I mean nothing tornadic, of course. There are still a lot of scattered showers. I don't think. Yeah, there's a little bit of lightning in there, nothing crazy, but definitely a few rumbles of thunder. So worth paying attention to for sure. Especially a little later on in the evening, a couple of stronger storms could be possible for sure. Now, it looks like things might try to wrap up again from the Richmondville storm. And yeah, I'm really watching the mini supercell here, trying to grow into a larger supercell. That one it's really surging. You can see that RFD starting to surge around to the back. That inflow becoming more powerful as well. Watch these greens become a little bit brighter over here. Now you see them are really starting to get close together, basically gate to gate at this point. So definitely new rotation, solid rotation starting to form there just to the south of Margaretville. So that could be a new tornado warning soon. I will say back near Saratoga Springs, that storm doesn't look tornadic to me right now. That rotation has significantly broadened out. That one doesn't look very concerned. There is still broad rotation in there, but it doesn't look capable of producing a tornado right this second. Christian, good to see you in the chat as well. Okay. Again, still watching it near Cobleskill. As this little Boeing segment tries to form out here, and you might get a little bookend situation where you get that little wrapping up kind of right in there. So I believe it may have already put down a brief weak tornado earlier that went unwarned. It's possible. It was very low DBZ, so less than optimal weather here in Gansevoort. Yeah, I see. You're probably dealing with like maybe some small hail, gusty winds for sure. The good news is that this tornado warned storm is not really capable of producing a tornado right now, and hopefully it will be moving out of your area. EM Catman, good to see you in the chat. Asking anything headed toward Long Island tonight. You'll probably get some storms. You probably will. You're gonna see all of this stuff off to your west. just general thunderstorms continuing to head your way. It's possible you get something that reaches severe thresholds. It's also possible something weird happens and you get a little spin up tornado again, like you had last week, I believe it was. So make sure you got multiple ways to receive alerts, but I'm not sitting here like, man, Long Island's in a bad spot or anything like that, of course. I do think our mini supercell has really managed to sustain itself quite well here. And I'm definitely worried about it potentially producing a tornado. I think we could easily see another tornado warning get put on this one just to the south of Margaretville pretty soon here. And again, I'm still watching for possibly a little bookend or spin up tornado type of deal to form. If it did, it would be basically along I-88 here. You're welcome, EM Catman. Electric tornado storms, weather. Good to see you in the chat. I don't know where Waldorf is. You might need to give me a little more specific on where Waldorf is, and then I can help you out. Lard Biscuit, good to see you. This one might end up tornado warned here at any moment, to be honest with you. This, in my opinion, this should be tornado warned. It's not even tornado possible tagged, but the storm here near Hancock, just on the New York side of the border now. In my opinion, that should be tornado warned for sure. Although I guess I'm not using the right storm motion vector. And that changed nothing. This should definitely be tornado warned in my opinion. Your RFD is really surging here, and this one looks definitely looks pretty concerning. Poughkeepsie might end up with a stronger storm or two. Again, everything is kind of tracking to the northeast here. So you'll notice that these storms that are just to your west are going to miss you, essentially. They're moving off to your north over time here. But there are some other storms back into Pennsylvania right now, and maybe perhaps new ones that could develop between now and then that could make their way on through your area. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case, or just stay with us here tonight or check in as you need to. If any storms start to head your direction, we will be covering it. Where could a tornado happen? We could easily have a tornado at any point. I'm just going to draw a big circle on the map here. I think anywhere in this circle, it's possible that we get a spin up tornado at some point tonight. And it's also possible for a couple more supercellular type of tornadoes. So we will continue to watch everything tonight. The supercellular tornadoes are going to be the most concerning, though, and that's perhaps what we could have near Hancock or near Margaretville, to the south of Margaretville. And then what we possibly had near Saratoga Springs, but that one doesn't look very concerning at all anymore. That one's very messy now. I don't really think that tornado warning still needs to be there. Hollywood, Florida. I don't think there's anything going on in Florida tonight. Anything crazy anyway. You're always going to have your scattered showers and storms in Florida basically every single day. Yeah, it looks like nothing crazy going on out here in that's crazy. Is the radar hitting cars on the highway? I think the radar is hitting traffic on the highway. And that's what you're seeing here. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense. That's so high in the air. What in the world? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Could be like smog or something coming off the highway, maybe. That is so bizarre. All right, anyway, let's get back up to New York. What's a supercellular tornado? Great question. So a supercellular tornado is a tornado that's produced by a supercell. So essentially a cell that looks something like this that has a rotating mesocyclone, which is essentially just means the entire storm is rotating, right? And it has certain structure features to it, such as its forward flank downdraft and its rear flank downdraft, if it can establish a good rotating one, and so on. So it's a tornado that comes out of a supercell, as opposed to a tornado that is spun up by something else. Like, for example, on the leading edge of a line of thunderstorms, right? You might have this like crazy line of storms here where a tornado manages to form, somewhere in that line. And I usually refer to those as spin up tornadoes. That's not a technical term. That's just what I usually call them. They're usually brief and not as strong. Supercellular tornadoes are usually the ones that can be more dangerous. They're not always more dangerous, but and they're always dangerous at their base level. Every tornado is dangerous, of course, but I really have no idea why this has not been warned near Hancock.
A new tornado warning.
Okay, we got a new tornado warning. It could be for either of these storms. If it's the Hancock one, that would make me happy because I don't know why that isn't warned. If it's the mini supercell that's recycling, that's, I guess, fine too. But I'm more concerned about the one near Hancock. We're going to see where that tornado warning comes in just a moment here. It is the one near Hancock. And by the way, the one near Saratoga Springs has just been lifted, as that is a complete mess. But again, this one near Hancock, very concerning here. You're going to be looking at these greens and reds being pretty bright and touching each other there. That is the not good scenario. That's not what you want. So a tornado could be possible with the storm at any moment here, and it really could have been possible at any moment over the last like 5 minutes or so before it was even tornado warned. But a tornado warning is in place here now, and this is going to be for Delaware County in New York. So we are literally just across the border of Northeast Pennsylvania here into New York. Sounds good, Tantan. And then Tyler Reynolds saying, you explained it very well. Thank you, sub. Well, thank you very much. That is the number one way to support the work that we do. It's just liking and subscribing. So I very much appreciate it. But again, we do have a tornado warning in place here, Delaware County in New York. As we have a lot more supercellular structure than I expected today, to be honest with you. This is definitely a pretty strong storm here near Hancock. And I will say our mini supercell is not really so mini anymore, as it continues near Margaretville, just to the south. And that one could end up with a tornado warning again soon as well. But again, our tornado warning that we do have at the moment is in Delaware County, New York here, right near Hancock. We also have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska, northern Nebraska right now. That's Dawes and Cherry counties. Those are going to be for golf ball sized hailstones. And I'm going to see if I can find us some cameras. There really aren't any that are near this tornado warning. So here's what I'm going to do. We're just going to put this one camera in the bottom left there, as that one's looking towards our mini supercell. So it's pretty far off from it right now. It's in Hudson, is that camera you're seeing in the bottom left of your screen. And it's kind of looking like south-ish as this mini supercell begins to approach it. So continue to monitor that camera, and I'll put more cameras up on the screen if we get anything. But again, we always want to try and provide a visual. Psychologically, folks are much more likely to take a storm seriously if they have a visual on it. So that's why that's why storm chasers are so important. It's why traffic cameras are so important. Yeah, this storm is still pretty concerning here, as it's nearing East Branch. And it's still very possible that we get another tornado warning for the storm just south of Margaretville as well, as that one has decent looking low level rotation. Did that just say winter weather advisory? Oh, that's in Alaska. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see there's a winter weather advisory in Alaska right now. That just caught me so off guard. I was not expecting that. Winter is coming, but it's still a long ways away. But, you can use the same logic. Next summer is coming too, even though we're still in the middle of this summer. Of course, as you guys may or may not know, summer will last through for about another month, through September 22nd. I don't know if you call that mid-September or like late September, to be honest with you, but through September 22nd. Of course, that's the autumn equinox. And so that will mark the beginning of fall or autumn, however you prefer it. And I'm still worried about this near East Branch, by the way. It looks a little more concerning here on the latest scan. Liam, good to see you in the chat. Need some of that cold weather in Dixie? I know, man. It's been 90s every day. Every day. And it's going to be 90s every day again here in Starkville, Mississippi for the next week. Meteorological fall begins next Tuesday, Patches Stark saying in the chat. Yeah, the semantics of it. Whether you're talking about the seasonal equinoxes or you're looking at the meteorological seasons, it's still going to be hot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the word is that we're using to describe it. It's still going to be hot for a little while, but This, by the way, is looking more like what I was expecting to see a lot of tonight. Just these stronger blobs of storms here riding along or just ahead of the cold front. And it's what we're eventually going to be seeing for the rest of the night here. But there is at least some time left in a discrete supercell type of storm mode. With the possible tornado that we had near Saratoga Springs earlier, the other possible spin-up tornado that was near Richmondville a little while ago. And then now another tornado possible to the east of Binghamton, just across the border in New York from Pennsylvania, near East Branch or Hancock here. I haven't seen anything that would indicate to me that this is on the ground, but the velocities definitely look concerning. This reminds me of the summer of 1980 is what Patches Stark is saying in the chat. What do those HI mean on radar? Or is that HL? You might have to restate the question for me. Okay, the latest reflectivity scan or velocity scan, excuse me, does appear that inflow is starting to get occluded here. You're going to notice these greens really bright for quite a while, and then now as this RFD starts to really yank around the backside of the storm, it's cutting off this inflow here, right? So now on the latest scan, those greens get a lot darker. They're not quite as strong there, and you'll notice that inflow region is very contaminated by precipitation. So hopefully that will limit this storm and its potential to produce a tornado here. There's still a broad circulation that is rather strong, but it is rather broad. Or, pardon me. It's somewhat tight. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the best way to describe this is without like sounding like I'm contradicting myself. It doesn't look extremely concerning right this moment, is basically what I'm trying to say. You have a broad mesocyclone here that's pretty healthy, but it doesn't look quite tight enough to be one that could produce a tornado at this very second. Will Romania, the country of Romania? Is that what you're talking about? I can guarantee you that this storm will not make it to Eastern Europe. Oh, okay. I see. I see the screenshot that you're talking about from basically the Storm Prediction Center equivalent that is in Europe. They were aggressive. I saw that this morning. I mean, they were very aggressive with their outlook. Chukasoba, good to see you in the chat. I'll go ahead and show this. Wouldn't hurt. So this is just basically the Storm Prediction Center equivalent for Europe, and you'll notice they went with a high risk for parts of France, and or at least mostly in France. But that is yeah. There's been definitely a lot of talk about what's going on out there in Europe. Oops. All right, let's take a new look at our supercell here. That's south of Margaretville. It is tornado possible tagged now, and it does look increasingly concerning. Okay. And then our tornado warning that's near Hancock is still kicking, of course, but it's not it doesn't look very capable of producing a tornado to me at this moment. But that tornado warning does have another 14 minutes. We'll see if they opt to keep it or not for that whole duration. I'm going to quickly check in on the storms in Nebraska. Again, 2 of them for Dawes and Cherry counties are tagged considerable for golf ball sized hail. Actually, this one near Chadron and Whitney is now actually tagged for 2-inch hail. We did see some tennis ball sized hail earlier tonight. And in Colorado, we had a confirmed tornado a little while ago. And that was southwest of Pueblo. Where was that at exactly? It was Rockville. And that was a little while ago. It didn't look like anything on radar, but it was confirmed by the public that there was a tornado there, at least for a moment. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's just, what in the world? Interesting. What are we, just like right over the radar unit or something? I'm going to do some investigating here because now I'm curious what in the world I'm looking at. It said a line of storms. I'm assuming this is just a giant outflow boundary here. And so they severe thunderstorm warned it for 60-mile-per-hour winds, it looks like. That is, yeah. I mean, so we had some dissipating thunderstorms out here in Utah, and they put out this outflow boundary, which continued to push off towards the northeast. And you can kind of see it on radar here. It's that line that's basically rolling through Salt Lake City right now. It's crossing the lake or it just finished crossing the lake, essentially. So that's interesting. That's something you don't see all the time. Cochise County in Arizona has had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings recently and flash flood warnings, of course. It's got another one right now for another one of these elevated storms here. You have to go up in the tilt angles to even really see it. You'll notice here, I got to go up higher and higher in the atmosphere. That one's tagged with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds in there as well. A couple of flash flood warnings down there in Arizona for Santa Cruz County, just next door. Oh, did not mean to do that. It does look like our storm here near East Branch is recycling at the moment and might try to get itself together again to potentially squeeze out a tornado as it approaches Roscoe eventually. So that's where I'd be worried about, and it's moving kind of in this direction. So perhaps just north of Roscoe, hopefully. I guess it's kind of moving just due east, so it really might run right towards Roscoe here, but you're going to see all of these other little storms beginning to fire off here as we hit the hour of peak instability here, and that cap starts to erode away, essentially. Where we're going to have tons of storms firing off along the cold front that's bringing us all our weather here. And it brought us the weather yesterday as well with that low pressure system that's off to the north, closer to the Great Lakes and probably into Quebec at this point. I don't know exactly where it's at, but you got that low pressure system and it's bringing this cold front, which is sponsoring all of our severe weather today. Yeah, still watching this pretty closely here near Roscoe. Is the starting soon gone? It's not gone. It's just whenever I go live and there's already an active tornado warning, I just don't use it because I want to just be live as fast as possible. I don't want to waste time on a starting soon screen or anything. But I do use it when I can, when it's more applicable. Cole Jeff, good to see you in the chat. Yep, we are live. We've been live for an hour on the dot, actually, an hour and 8 seconds, 9 seconds, like literally an hour on the dot. So, yeah, and we'll be live for a couple more hours tonight. It won't be a super late one. tonight. When things quiet down, we'll be done, but we'll be live probably longer than we were last night. Last night we were only live for 2 hours and some change, so it looks like there have been in Charles County, Maryland, it looks like there have been 4 tornado warnings in 2026. So this year. The most recent of which was just 11 days ago on the 16th, which I think we were live for. And then the one before that was on July 9th, and I think we were live for that too. And then the one before that was June 22nd, which I also think we were live for. Actually, the last 2 were both on June 22nd, and I think I was live for that. So I think I was actually live for all 4 tornado warnings that have been in Charles County, Maryland this year. So as our couplet begins to move out of this tornado warning polygon here, it only has 7 minutes remaining. They may issue a new one in just a moment here for this storm. We'll see if they do. It would probably look something like that. Well, my art skills suck, guys. I hate to break it to you, but it would look something more like that. That's a little bit better. Kaysen in the chat saying 98,000 customers without power US wide. Most of the reports coming from Texas. And then that's considerably the most, 28,000. A lot in California, New York, Maryland, Tennessee, the Virgin Islands, and Colorado. Interesting. Appreciate you passing that information along. Checking in on our storm that was originally near Saratoga Springs, possibly put down a brief weak tornado just to the north of town. Doesn't look very concerning, just a general severe thunderstorm. Let's go ahead and zoom out, turn on lightning here, and just give you a look here at all of the thunderstorms again that are just firing again along this cold front with that low pressure system that's somewhere off the Great Lakes. I don't know exactly where it's at right now. That's just bringing this dragging cold front along with it. Again, that's probably not fully indicative of what that looks like right now. I don't know where exactly that low pressure system is. I guess I could in theory quickly go find out, but that's a lot of extra steps. But there's a lot of lightning with all these storms here. That's the reason I'm zooming out and showing you this. My point is that even if you're not getting severe weather, there are a lot of generally stronger thunderstorms. Anything crazy for Austin, Texas? I doubt it, but I'll check. Oh, there's actually a severe thunderstorm warning there. Okay. So yeah, a couple of stronger storms here kicking out a nice outflow boundary too. Just near the capital of Texas. And yeah, probably some rumbles of thunder out there as well. And I bet you if you are in downtown Austin, it's probably looking a little dark outside. Austin's a very nice town. I like it a lot. Shout out Q2 Stadium. Very nice venue out there. Lard biscuit, bro. Does winter storm warning have a sound effect? I don't think it does right now. It might. I don't know. I haven't actually played with it. We haven't gotten there yet. Did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. Yeah, the L's and H's that you might see on like your local broadcast or something like that are usually going to be referring to lower high pressure systems at the surface. Here's a look at that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Cherry County, Nebraska. It's going to be a larger one here, tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. You're going to see multiple different hail cores essentially on the storm. Let's take a little look at it here. Yeah, you can see multiple, perhaps 3 different updrafts in this bubble, with 2 of them being rather dominant. That's going to be the pair here that you're seeing, and you're going to see those purple or magenta values, 60 dBz values, getting well above 30,000 feet, maybe close to around 32,000 feet here. And those 50 dBz values inching towards about 40,000 feet. So a relatively strong hail core out here. I definitely think 2-inch hail is probably the right tag. I agree. They usually do a good job, and they know their hail pretty well out here in the Central Plains, especially near, I'm just going to make a circle on the map, especially in like this area. Tends to be very large hail prone. Eastern Wyoming, the Nebraska Panhandle, the southwestern part of South Dakota. Sometimes it even goes further north into North Dakota and southeastern Montana as well. But they tend to get some large hailstones. Will I go tomorrow? Will I go live tomorrow for France and speak their native languages? I don't speak French. I only speak English fluently. I speak a very small amount of Spanish. Not enough to do a broadcast. But no, I won't be able to go live covering that. I don't have access to good radar imagery over there. The GTA 6 trailer was good. Actually, I haven't seen it yet. I've been waiting for that game for a long time. And pro tip, we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here, by the way, in Nebraska as well. It's going to be a new downstream one for the Chadron storm. That's for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. That one's probably got a nice looking hail core, but we're not going to really be able to see it because it's in a radar hole, unfortunately. Again, still a tornado warning in Delaware County. That's going to expire in just about 60 seconds. Caleb, how long is that trailer? So, pro tip, I went ahead and watched the, or not watched, I invested some money in the parent company of Rockstar Games called Take-Two, or it's like Take-Two Interactive Software or something like that, because I knew GTA, and there goes that tornado warning, by the way. So no tornado warnings on the map right now, which is good. 26 minutes? That's the trailer? My goodness. But anyway, I put some money into Take-Two Interactive in preparation for GTA 6 years ago. Like 2, I don't even know, like 3, 4 years ago. I don't remember how long ago that was. I guess I could find out. So I've invested a lot of thought into GTA 6. So I hope that it does well. I'm gonna find out when I got Take-Two. Yeah, Take-Two Interactive Software is what it is. Let me see if I can figure out when I got it. I mean, I can tell you how much I gained or lost on it so far, which is gained. When did I buy this? I feel like it should tell. I mean, I know it tells me on here somewhere. I just don't know where. Yes, I'm 100% looking at my portfolio right now. 100%. I have to figure this out now. Now it's bothering me that I can't figure out how to check when exactly I bought the shares. Ah, oh, never mind. I thought I was. Oh wait. Okay, no, I figured it out. I've had it for about 3 years. I got it in October of 2023, so it's done well since then. But I'm really in it for the long term here. For like, you give it another 2 years. Yeah, see, there you go. I'm getting my father is my financial advisor, and so in the chat he just dropped the exact date that I got it on. He's releasing my private information to the public. I should fire him. Still broad circulation near Roscoe, by the way. Again, I just don't think this is tornadic. I don't think this is concerning, but it is still a mesocyclone for sure. A little bit of rotation. Some stronger storms out near Albany. And they're actually within a severe thunderstorm warning as the storm does approach. 60-mile-per-hour winds definitely possible in there. Give me a fact because I'm in like 4th grade and want to know. A fact? It's a good fact. I might have to think on this for a minute. Like when someone says, tell me anything, you get one shot, right? Did I watch Into the Storm movie? I did. With what's the guy's name? Oh man. He played Freddy in iCarly. Into the Storm is a fantastic and underrated weather film, by the way. People don't really talk about it enough. Tim, good to see you in the chat. Still watching this storm that has been very, very slowly pushing northeast out of just to the south of Margaretville here. And it was a mini supercell originally that was tornado warned. And now it dealt with a lot of congestion. A lot of cumulus popped up around it. It absorbed everything. That updraft has survived, but it's not looking tornadic right at this moment. But I'm still watching it closely here in case it becomes tornadic at some point. Around the nation, though, we do have a total of 13 flash flood warnings in effect, including 2 considerable flash flood warnings. One for Berkeley County, West Virginia, the other for Custer and Pueblo counties in Colorado. Yeah, I'm going to watch the trailer tonight, probably after I get off stream. Christopher, good to see you in the chat. Again, no tornado warnings at the moment, but we are still watching a couple of stronger storms for sure that could become tornadic, so we got to keep a close eye on them, pay close attention in case they reach that threshold. Hopefully they do not. But nonetheless, we're looking at a couple of stronger storms out here in Nebraska, still dropping that 2-inch hail. Multiple strong-looking updrafts out here. See if we can get a good volumetric look here. Oh, yeah. So nicely sheared environment, not too sheared. And we're getting those magenta values, those 60 dBz values well above, or just above, I should say, 30,000 feet. Or pretty much right at 30,000 feet. But take a look here at some of these silvers and grays starting to get mixed into here. Those are going to be some larger or perhaps wet hailstones. So if you're having that that wet growth, essentially, you're more likely to get some of those larger hailstones here. So easily could be looking at either larger hailstones or wet hailstones that are continuing to grow, as wet hailstones are incredible reflectors of energy. Still watching the Northeast, of course, that's our number one concern for tonight. There is actually a severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that's headed towards Baltimore right now. So that's definitely one to pay attention to. That's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. But a lot of stronger storms in general. And again, if we turn on lightning, you're going to notice, I mean, all over the place, there's a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning with these storms. So even if you don't have a severe thunderstorm in your area, if you have a storm at all, lightning, something to pay close attention to. All right. Take my hat off. No, I was wearing a hat earlier today. You don't want me to take my hat off. The hair is not looking good today. By the way, we're not going to be broadcasting tomorrow, most likely, as things are going to calm down around the United States. Hopefully for Friday and Saturday. But I think that the party will be spoiled when we get to Sunday. I think we're probably going to be looking at another severe weather day for Sunday and maybe even Monday next week as well. But I'll go ahead and show really quickly. You're going to notice that as we go to days 2 and 3 on the Storm Prediction Center's outlook anyway, they've got basically nothing outlined. And I think I really genuinely feel like there will be nothing to talk about for Friday or Saturday. So Sunday will probably be our next forecast video. However, there is still some fire weather to worry about. Even tomorrow for Friday, you're going to see a little bit of fire weather out there. We got some cool changes to the website coming soon as well. I didn't mean to click on that. So make sure that you check in with the website. We'll announce all that in our Discord and everything too when those changes are made live. Most of them are done now. We're just kind of waiting to push things live as we finish up the last final details. Do I think southern New Hampshire will be at risk? I do, yeah. I think it's definitely possible that you get a spin-up tornado. I don't think it's very likely. It's definitely possible. The area I'd be the most concerned about for New Hampshire is going to be like southwestern New Hampshire. But Vermont may be slightly more concerning. In general, though, I'm not really that concerned for New Hampshire, but it's definitely possible that you get a spin-up tornado, or in general, just a couple of stronger storms, which you're already having just to your west in Vermont. They're about to cross into New Hampshire now. A couple of stronger storms out there. You're going to see a lot of lightning with these storms. Again, the lightning runs just slightly behind, so all the lightning is right behind that storm. Will these storms make it to the coast of Massachusetts? I mean, I think you'll probably end up with thunderstorms later on tonight in some capacity. I don't know if it's going to really survive quite that long. I mean, it kind of depends exactly where you're at. Like if you're talking in Boston or like Lowell, for example, Wilmington, Lawrence, like it's more likely. But if you're talking about out here in your Barnstable, then it's a little less likely, I would say. Where would you expect the severe weather on Sunday and Monday? It's a great question. I think we'll be getting back a little bit towards the Midwest and the plains, maybe the high plains, the northern plains as well. I will. I'm in Worcester, Massachusetts, so I think the thunderstorms will survive that long. It's actually hilarious that I was literally just talking about that a second ago. Yeah, I do think the further west you go, the more likely you're going to be to get at least some sort of thunderstorm action this evening. Keep in mind, these storms are moving kind of to the northeast-ish. So a lot of them, the storms that are due to your west, like near Albany, for example, are not going to hit you. They're going to stay to your north. It's more of the storms that are down here a little bit closer to, I mean, the Pennsylvania, New York border, I guess, that will eventually, like the storm near Scranton, for example, it's not going to survive all the way until it gets to you. But storms in general along this cold frontier will continue off in your direction. So it's possible that you get some thunderstorms. Again, the further west you go, the more likely you're going to be to get some thunderstorm action tonight. North Shore, got you. That does a lot to put my mind at ease. Thank you. Last week I was in Ocean Pines when a bunch of surrounding towns got hit with tornadoes. The warning was about 2 miles. Yeah, it can be scary. Our job as meteorologists is to ensure that we are always providing the best information possible to keep people safe, as well as ease their minds. Provide some clarity. Even if it's not the news you want, it's still our job to provide it. Just south of Worcester. Hope we see something. Yeah, you probably won't get anything crazy, but you might get like a stronger thunderstorm with maybe a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in there somewhere. But no rain expected on Sunday. Where at? Oh, for Waldorf, Maryland. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you'll probably get some rain tonight. I don't know exactly where Waldorf is, though. I remember it was like Charles County, I think. It's Worcester? What? There's no way it's pronounced like that. Worcester? I refuse to believe that that's pronounced Worcester. Yeah, no, I don't believe you. You're welcome to say that's true. Wista? Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird up there in Massachusetts. Hey, are you guys Boston's Bruins fans? Boston's Bruins. Boston. Are you fans of the Boston Bruins? I don't know why that's such a complicated sentence. Wista for locals. There's no R's in the vocabulary. Yeah, I know. It's the Boston accent. Bruins, that's awesome. Do you remember 2019? Yeah, if you're a Bruins fan, that's awesome. Yeah. 2019 was my favorite year. Was a big fan of that. Absolutely loved winning the Stanley Cup in 2019. That was awesome. I'm about to get everybody's unsubscribing in real time. All of my Boston friends unsubscribing in real time. It's pronounced Worcester, apparently. Okay. Yes, I'm, of course, a St. Louis Blues fan from St. Louis. Still some very strong storms out here in northwest Nebraska, by the way. Some larger hailstones, definitely possible up to 2-inch hail with these for sure. I'm about to make some enemies talking about oh, you guys are Bruins fans. Don't you remember 2019? My son was born the day the Bruins won the cup in 2011. Watched the game from the delivery room in Wista. Wow. Well, congrats on your son. I'm so sorry that he has to be a Bruins fan, but I'm just playing. Buffalo Sabres. I respect the Sabres. I don't really have anything against the Bruins outside of, winning in 2019. It's not like, it's not like you're the Blackhawks or something where like I would just ban you. Banned from my chat. Looking to relocate from Branson. Oh, to Branson from Seattle. That's a crazy, that's just a crazy jump. Like what prompts someone to go to Branson, Missouri from Seattle? Respect though. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Things heating up in central Pennsylvania, by the way. A lot of storm development starting to pop up here, including a couple other potential supercellular type structures here. Boston sports had a pretty good run the last 20 years or so. Yeah, you really have. You really have. We don't talk about 2019. There was some controversy in that series in 2019 because there was a missed basically slew foot from, I forget who it was on the Blues, but I think it was on Nola Chari of the Boston Bruins at the time, which is funny because like 2 or 3 years later he came and played for St. Louis, as did Torrey Krug, until he blew apart his like entire body. I don't even know what happened to him. I don't remember. I think he like broke his back or something. He's still on contract with the Blues and he hasn't played in like 4 years. He's just, permanently out. And they told him he'll never really play hockey again, of course. It took him like over a year from the injury to even walk. So speaking of hockey, did you guys see that Connor Hellebuck like publicly went on social media and was like, "Hey, I requested a trade from the Jets. they need to move me." Like, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I don't know if I've ever seen a player be like, "Hey, I wanted to publicly announce that I'm requesting a trade and it's been over a month and they haven't traded me yet." That's kind of crazy. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia, by the way. That's going to be down here near Welch or Iager or Davie, McDowell, and Wyoming counties here. Just a stronger storm, nothing crazy though. This little plot of land here intrigues me. That's like embedded. It's part of North Carolina, or pardon me, Virginia. But it's embedded between Kentucky and West Virginia. But it's like, I don't know. This is just so bizarre. Like it would make more sense for the border to look like this. Obviously, it's along the river. That's why it's like that. But it looks funny on a map. It reads very funny. I mean, would you want to play for the Jets? No, I would not. Well, see, the problem with playing for the Jets is that you have to live in Winnipeg. That's that's kind of the main issue. No hate to Winnipeg, of course. Love our Canadian friends. I just personally wouldn't particularly want to live in Winnipeg. But again, I grew up in a city, so like it's different for me when I come from another city that has like sports teams and a sports culture. Like I couldn't see myself living in Winnipeg. Tim Townsend, good to see you in the chat tonight. I was watching the Penguins versus Flyers playoff game this past year, and the fights were so bad there was blood everywhere. Yeah. It's hockey's intense. It's definitely intense. I grew up in Thousand Oaks, California. Think about moving from LA Metro to Spokane, Washington. I moved to Seattle. Okay. Moved to Seattle for UW and then now back to country. I lived and liked both city and country. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know if you would call Starkville, Mississippi country. The only places I've ever lived are, the St. Louis area and in Starkville, Mississippi. Starkville's a small town. It's the college is larger than the town. The college has a what is it like 23,000 undergrads or something like that. That's just undergrads. But the town of Starkville, the actual population is like also 22,000. So Mississippi is pretty though. I don't know if I would say that. Some parts are for sure. Look at these other thunderstorms starting to fire off here closer to Newark Valley. So that's interesting to see. I think that's like kind of behind the cold front a little bit. Deer Park, Washington's only 5.2K. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of my friends and from college in Starkville come from towns that are, less than 2,000 people. Like it blows my mind. I've never lived in an environment like that, so. I may be northern. They call me a northerner in the South. They think St. Louis is the North. It's simply not, but you know, whatever. You want to talk about a northerner, you got to be talking about like the Northeast, like New England, or you could be talking about like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Chicago area. That's a northerner. The best tornado interceptor, it's probably Reed Timmers, the Dom. Shout out the Dominator. And shout out Team Dominator. The storm intrigues me a little bit down here to the west of Scranton or Wilkes Barre. Really, again, any of these storms that can really get themselves going will pose some tornadic threats. None of them have really been able to do so, which is good. It kind of blows my mind, by the way, that there isn't a single radar unit in the state of New Hampshire. How do I feel about clickbait? I hate it. It's bad for people. It's bad for I mean, it's good in the short term for business, but it's bad for business too. If you want to consistently have people trust you, you might make some short term money, but watching from Connecticut, is this going to miss us? You're going to get some storms most likely at some point. Again, it's this giant cold front here that's continuing to drag on through the East Coast. And so these storms are kind of all moving to the east, northeast type of direction, like along this arrow, essentially. So you'll probably get some storms. It's just a matter of when. But again, they might also fizzle out by the time they get there. So you're kind of on the cusp, but you'll probably get at least some rain or a couple rumbles of thunder. Are you going to get any crazy type of like tornadoes or crazy hail? No. It's possible that you get a spin up tornado. It's not very likely. And then it's also possible that you get a couple of damaging wind gusts, but it's not going to be anything crazy at all. The Preds, yeah, the Nashville Predators are probably the most underrated team in the Central right now. The Central is a gauntlet, though. I think the Avs are getting near the end of their cup window, but they're still going to be really good for another year or two, maybe three max. I think the Mammoth are continuing to get better. I think the Blackhawks are still terrible, which kind of sucks. Which kind of sounds weird for me to say I want the Blackhawks to be good as a St. Louis Blues fan. I just want them to be good enough where the games aren't like boring, because it's our rival. Like I want them to be good enough so at least when we beat them, it means something, Besides, didn't know if it would fizzle out before hitting Connecticut and just hit Massachusetts. My dog is afraid of storms. Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, for your sake and your dog's sake, of course, I hope the storms don't actually end up hitting you. But yeah, then I also think the Minnesota Wild, like they're solid, but they are overrated, bro. Like everybody's stock up on the Wild, and they've consistently shown that they are not reliable to perform to standard. But I think the Blues are also underrated, though. My favorite restaurant in Starkville. That's tough. I like the grill a lot. I mean, Bulldog Burger's good. Um, Two Bros is good. Obie's is very good. Stromboli's is good. If you're talking, like, I'm assuming you're talking about mostly like kind of sit down places, not like fast food. Because like fast food, I love Cookout. Cookout's very, very good. But there's also Harvey's, the Grill, Taste. Like there's some pretty good spots in Starkville. Umi is pretty good. It's a hibachi place. We just got a considerable flash flood warning, by the way, or another one just a couple of minutes ago. I don't think I saw this. This is in Pennsylvania. So we have Columbia, Lycoming, Sullivan counties within these considerable flash flood warnings. So they are going to last. One of them is going to last until until about 9:30 Eastern time. The other one's going to last until, that's odd. That one's going to last until 10:15 Eastern time. We moved here from Indiana and I've been through several tornadoes, so moving here has been nice. But where are you at again? Oh, Connecticut. That's right. Yeah, Indiana and Illinois have been a significant hotspot this year. Oh no, most people don't like the Vegas Golden Knights. Cookout, Cajun chicken, tray, French fries, hush puppies. Yeah, their quesadillas and you douse it in Cookout sauce. Come on now. Their hush puppies are great. Their onion rings are good. They don't really give you enough onion rings when you get that as a side, but they are good. The hush puppies are great. The bacon ranch wrap is good. I like their burgers are good. I mean, everything's good. Have I had a tornado emergency before? Not at home, but I have been in a tornado emergency back in May in southern Mississippi, southwestern Mississippi, just north of Brookhaven near Bogachita. There weren't a lot of storm chasers on that, but I was on it. Myself and a couple of friends from Mississippi State University here. Yeah, Bude, or Medville. It's funny because in Bude or Medville, I don't remember which one. They're right next to each other. There is this. It's like a town. There's like hardly anything there. It's homes like that are like people's land and things like that. And then there's like one gas station. And we went into that gas station and told the guy like what was coming. We gave him like a 30-minute heads up. We were like, hey, currently it's a PDS tornado warning, like so on and so forth. Then it became a tornado emergency. And I don't think it hit that gas station, but it was close, man. Like it made us nervous. Like we were worried about the two fellas that were in there that we talked to. And the roads were all blocked off, so we couldn't go over there to check on him. That was definitely the craziest storm chase I've ever been on. And the most difficult. It was the most technical storm chase we've ever done, or I've ever done. Rhode Island seems more lively than Connecticut, which is ironic considering the land area each shares. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, like I don't know a lot about the Northeast. Like, I mean, I've got a buddy that lives in Boston, but like other than that, like, a handful of people that I know from up there. But like, I'm from St. Louis and I go to school in Starkville, Mississippi. Like I'm not. Um, I haven't met tons and tons of people from the Northeast. I got a friend from Long Island. I got a friend who works now in Boston. I've met a couple of folks from Jersey and Pennsylvania, but like I just don't. I've never been up there. I don't really know much about it. Both have more woodsy areas than you would think. Interesting. So, I mean, so does New York. A lot of people think New York is just entirely city. I mean, it's a pretty large state. There's a whole lot of nothing in some parts of New York, like up here in upstate New York. There's just not a lot up here. There's some lakes and um, whatnot. But all right, let's check in on the Nebraska storms again, as they're still kicking. We got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts now, with that gust front really starting to kick out. And you can see it on radar. Clear as day here. A very outflow dominant storm. One that could easily be producing those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and perhaps up to, it's marked for ping pong ball sized hail at the moment. Love New England, will never leave. I went to St. Louis this year for my college roommate's wedding. Nice. I personally love St. Louis. The thing is, if you come to St. Louis and your only experience is downtown St. Louis, you're going to be like, this place is not great, because there are some awesome areas in downtown St. Louis, but overall, it's not ideal. But it's when you get into the counties that things look a lot nicer. I'm not seeing anything concerning in Vermont. I do see your message in the chat. I mean, if this is what you're talking about, this weird looking shape, yes. I don't know if you meant like it's just a weird looking shape, or if you mean something tornadic. Definitely not tornadic, but yes, definitely a weird looking presentation here. C Gray, good to see you in the chat. One second, I just dropped something. Sitting here fidgeting with this little remote, and I dropped the battery out of it. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in Maine. Oh, there is. I didn't even see that. It's actually been there for a while. It's only going to go away in about 5 minutes here. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation there near North Waterford. Definitely one to watch. That's intriguing. We had a pretty rare, what could have been a decent tornado day in Maine, not a terribly long time ago. That was in July, I think. Doesn't happen all the time where you see a more robust setup like that creep into Maine. But it does happen from time to time. Yeah, it was. I'm talking about that day that I think you're thinking of, Logan. It didn't pan out very nicely. Things really fell apart in the early afternoon. The atmosphere just did not pan out. What was modeled anyway. I want to leave Seattle before Cascadia. It'd probably give me a heart attack. Yeah. Yeah, I've never been in an earthquake. I've always wondered what that's like. It's not something I ever want to be a part of, but Bam 2000 Paint Shop. Good to see you guys in the chat. Visited Maine this summer and loved it. Yeah. I've heard good things about Maine. It's very large. It's a lot larger than a lot of folks think. Is there a tornado today happening? There was at least one confirmed tornado earlier today, and that was back in Colorado unexpectedly. I think it was an orographic induced tornado. Essentially, the terrain caused that tornado, I believe. And other than that, there have not been any confirmed tornadoes from the National Weather Service today. There was reports that there was a tornado near Saratoga Springs in New York a little while ago. And then there was a possible brief unwarned tornado near Richmondville in New York as well. There was a good 30-minute span there where it looked like we easily could have had multiple tornadoes. And thankfully, it doesn't seem like we did. But the day is not over, I'll tell you that much. There's still a lot of storms here that are at least semi-discrete. These ones in Pennsylvania, I'm definitely watching somewhat closely. And then a QLCS threat will exist a little later on in the evening, but it's not gonna be a crazy night or anything like that, which is great. What's the worst storm right now out of the United States? It's probably the storms in Nebraska that are bringing that 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gust type of business through the Sandhills here in Nebraska. It's literally right in the heart of the Sandhills. A little bit of a wind bag event out here with some hail in there as well. Eventually, it'll be headed down towards the river, towards North Platte along I-80. Honestly, I can't remember because I was in middle school at the time. Oh, you're talking about an earthquake. Okay, I got you. Yep. I feel you. Let's take another look at this hail core, by the way. We haven't taken a look at it in a while. I know it's not as impressive now as it was earlier. Although I will say, it's visually a little more impressive than it was earlier. It's just not seemingly producing as large of hailstones here, but you're going to notice these 60 dBz magenta values getting close to about 40,000 feet. And those 50 dBz red values there, those are getting to close to about around 40,000 feet, or excuse me, 45,000 feet. Did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning down in Texas. So we'll talk about that in a second. Wonder what that's going to be for. Looks like it's Palmer County. Whoops. As near Bovina. That one's tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds here. I am going to assume that this was observed. No, I guess not. But yeah, a stronger thunderstorm out here near Bovina or Bovina. And yeah, that one could be producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. Palmer County in Texas. This is to the southwest of Amarillo, northwest of Lubbock. Basically, it's just west of I-27. Yeah, Discord is our primary communication platform with our team, like our internal thing and everything, or our internal thing and everything. That's just incredible use of the English language. Our internal communications. Go Blues. Yeah, Zachary Hines, I see you in the chat. Look at the State College radar. To take a look at eastern Pennsylvania here, all the way from Harrisburg and Chambersburg back up through Scranton. A lot of storms out there. And again, we can turn on lightning and take a look and just show you again, there's a lot of lightning with all these storms. So even if you are or getting hit by one of these storms and it's not under a severe thunderstorm warning, definitely make sure that you're still paying attention nonetheless, because there are definitely going to be a lot of lightning strikes with these. The worst tornado I've ever seen on video. I mean, that's tough. I mean, really anything from April 27th, 2011. I mean, like the Tuscaloosa tornadoes, nuts. I think Moore was insane. Moore, Oklahoma, that was insane on radar, or on video, I mean. Yeah, Joplin, of course. Although I don't know if there isn't a ton of footage of Joplin that exists. There is some. I mean, that tornado was devastating, but would I rather have a tornado or a storm? Always a storm. We never want tornadoes. My job is to cover them when they do happen, but we never want them. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Nebraska here. It's just going to include Thedford now and Seneca along Highway 83 out here for those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, essentially. I'm oblivious to social media stuff. Like I was under the ice for 70 years. I use GR2 Analyst. It's a Gibson Ridge product. Yeah, Joplin, obviously, being from St. Louis, obviously Joplin is in Missouri. So it hits kind of close to home for me because everyone talked about it my whole life when I was young, of course. ...2011 was just a crazy year. Again, keep in mind, I don't know if a lot of people realize this. The Joplin tornado happened less than a month after the super outbreak on April 27th, 2011. The Joplin tornado happened less than a month after that. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, by the way. There are a couple of stronger storms that could fire off out here. This one's right near Great Falls. And then there is, and that one's going to be tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. There's another one closer to Billings as well. And that's more of an elevated thunderstorm here and more of just a wind scenario than anything else. And that one's actually going to expire pretty soon, as it's been on the map for a while. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust possible with that. And then back towards Pennsylvania. We'll use the State College radar. That's where the number one concern is right now in terms of just severe weather. Again, there's not really a ton of tornado threat with these storms at the moment, as the storm mode's getting pretty messy here. Now, it's possible that we still could get QLCS tornadoes with any of these that can get a little more organized. It looks like things are fizzling out a little further up along the cold fronts. There is going to be a little more vorticity present, but those storms are not looking as well sustained. Yeah, there is still a little bit of rotation near Shikshinny. It's an awesome name. So that's one to watch, but again, nothing that I'm super concerned about right this moment, where I'm like, I think there's going to be a tornado there. That one's probably the most concerning that we've seen in the last like 10 minutes, so maybe even a little longer than that. We have been live for about 2 hours. I don't know how long the broadcast will be tonight. We're definitely not going to go super late, but we'll be live for a little while longer at the least. Yes, there is, Logan. Yeah, it's just different corners of the internet, you know? I'm going to see if I can find any cool cameras that I can show. We'll throw this one on. It looks all right. That one's near Albany, just to the south of Albany, New York. State capital, of course. So watching the storm near Palmer, in Palmer County, Texas, as that one is near Bovina, south of Farmington. It's latched onto some sort of a boundary here, producing up to 60 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Some small hail in there as well. And then, of course, watching back into Nebraska with a little bit of a wind bag developing here from a couple of stronger updrafts that were producing some very large hail up to tennis ball sized earlier. Now they're still producing some hail, maybe medium sized hail to large size. These are hitting ping pong ball sized hail, maybe up to golf ball sized hail, probably not right now. And they are going to continue, or it's going to continue pushing down to the south. The storm is producing 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Rolling Fork was horrible. Yeah, Rolling Fork was really bad. And that radar depiction was crazy, especially because it was in a radar hole. So the rotation that we were looking at was pretty upper level. And so those velocities were even higher as a result. So it was a pretty scary radar presentation. What about Colorado? There are no severe thunderstorm warnings in Colorado right now. It's a thunderstorm near Walsenburg in southern Colorado. And that's really it. Not a lot going on. You'll be back. Sounds good. Oh yeah, no, our moderators are from wherever. They don't have to be from St. Louis, of course. I'm in Starkville, Mississippi right now, and a lot of our team is actually in Starkville, Mississippi right now too. But we have team members all over the place. We have Colorado, Jersey, Indiana, Ohio, Iowa, Tennessee, Mississippi, of course. We got folks all over the place. Oklahoma. Where else do we have? Trying to think off the top of my head. Who's in Colorado? Jessica Moore, Storm Chaser Jessica Moore. Yeah, Kasem's North Texas. Ben is also from Texas originally. Or he still lives in Texas, but he goes to school in Starkville, Mississippi with me as well. Do I think the Blues make the playoffs? I do. So the thing is, the West, the Central is a gauntlet. But I do think that the Blues will end up in a wild card spot again. And again, Blues hockey is the type of hockey that all they have to do really is make the playoffs, and they can make things happen in the playoffs. Like in a 7-game series, it's a really grueling and difficult hockey to play against. So I think it's definitely possible that they make the playoffs. And if they do make the playoffs, anything's on the table, A lot of it's going to depend on how our young guys pan out. The great thing is that we have like veteran guys like Oscar Sundqvist, for example. Sonny took a 2-way contract and might even play some in the AHL this year because he wanted to stay in St. Louis. And so he brings like another body, more veteran presence. There's just a lot of layers to the St. Louis Blues team. They're pretty solid. Yeah, McMichael, I think he will do well with the Blues. Watching from Rio Grande Valley, Texas. Thank you for tuning in, Casey Jones. How bad do I think the Storms are going to get in Colorado tomorrow? Not very bad. If you have any storms in Colorado at all, I mean, there'll probably just be some thunderstorms, nothing crazy. Yeah, I think McMichael is going to do well with St. Louis this year. I also think Jordan Kyrou is going to do well in Washington. Who's my favorite YouTuber? I don't know if I really have a favorite YouTuber, to be honest with you. I like Brady Your Tutor. That guy, pretty cool. I like the, I'm a nerd. I like educational type of stuff. I used to watch a lot of YouTube, but I don't really anymore, to be honest with you. I just don't have the time. I mean, I work, I work a lot. So Do I like Mark Rober? Yeah, he's cool. I haven't watched any of his stuff in years, to be honest with you, but I do like him. Yeah, he's cool. By the way, I'm your number one fan. Well, thank you, Paint Shop. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, literally every storm is really struggling out here in New York, which is good, except for maybe this one. And this is the same updraft that's been going for basically the last 2 hours. By the way, it was originally a mini supercell, but this one near Kingston is probably the only even remotely concerning storm to me in terms of a tornado threat right now. And it's not threatening at the moment, but it could maybe reach that point later on. Yeah, not a lot of anything crazy going on tonight, which is good. Obviously, that's the number one hope always is that we don't end up with a lot of severe weather. That's always the number one hope. Cruz, good to see you in the chat. I wear this hat a lot. I have a second Ariat hat as well. It's gray. It's this exact same hat except gray instead of like this burgundy maroon type of color. Yeah, Mark Rober is a great channel to watch for anyone who's interested in pursuing engineering. Yeah, I actually wear a lot of hats, especially when my hair gets grown out a little bit. I wear a lot of hats, but I just don't wear them. I don't wear them on stream much. I only wear a hat on stream when I absolutely have to. Like today, I didn't have time to shower before going live, so I had to put on a hat because my hair was all rough today. Because I wore a hat earlier today, so it was like flat to my head. Again, still a lot of lightning in eastern Pennsylvania with these storms. I'm just gonna, since there's not a lot going on, I'll leave the lightning on the map so you guys can see. And all the lightning that you see, this is from the last 20 minutes. Alrighty. I look like a surfer from California. I've been told that actually multiple times recently. Like literally, it was this past Saturday night. Somebody told me that just this past Saturday night. My favorite sport the best sport in the world objectively is soccer or football. There was another considerable flash flood warning in Pennsylvania. I don't know if I actually talked about this one. It's for Lancaster and Lebanon counties. Just north of Lancaster, south of Lebanon, of course. um, these streams will always happen, by the way. I'm always going to stream even on the lower risk days. That's never going to change. Our number one, the entire foundational principle of our business is the morality and staying true to like the way things should be done. And part of that is being actually committed to the people, not just committed to the dollar, which means we will broadcast on lower risk days as well, not just 5% tornado risk days or something like that. What are my thoughts on severe storms in the Midwest next week? Yeah, I do think early next week, and perhaps even Sunday, we could be looking at like the North Plains and then into the Midwest eventually, for some more severe weather. It's a little far out, but the good news is if you subscribe, we'll have a forecast video coming out probably Sunday talking about it. So my favorite sport to watch, by the way, is hockey, just because it's massively entertaining. But objectively, the best sport in the world is soccer, and like that's just an objective fact. I know what everyone's favorite sport is subjective, but the best sport in the world is definitely soccer. Oh, you mean like the chat will be moving too quick? See, the thing is, I'm never gonna do members only broadcasts or like a slow mode in the chat or something like that when we're doing severe weather coverage, because I want anyone to be able to ask any question, whether they're subscribed to me or not or anything, because it's the most important thing is the weather information. But when it comes to like Met Monday broadcast, for example, for the podcast, or when we do members only broadcasts where we're just hanging out and things like that, those are going to be the best opportunities to like just chill out and have like that full engagement and ask questions and whatever it may be. Thank you, Cruz. We just hit 2.5K, and yeah, we're on the grind. Eventually we'll be pushing for 10K. That's the goal. If we can hit 10K before the end of 2026, I'll be happy. That'll make me very, very confident that we're reaching a lot of folks, and doing the amount of good in the community that we want to do. So again, it's not really about the numbers for me, but those milestones are very helpful, for not even just myself, but for the team, to see that the work they're putting in is yielding some kind of a result. Yeah, and that's a great point that Kason made in the chat. The Discord, if you join our Discord, that's a great place that you can interact with me, where I'm more likely to reply than, when the chat gets crazy, for example. Are bad people in the weather space too? Yes. Yes. There are bad people in the weather space. There's bad people in almost everything in the world, to be fair. But there's also great people in almost everything in the world. So you always should put some actual effort into the people that you trust with important information in your life. A new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska for another hour. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this one. It's going to be rolling through Arthur, Grant, Hooker, Logan, McPherson, and Thomas counties in Nebraska here. It's a stronger wind bag thunderstorm out here. Do I play Farm Simulator 25? I do not. Is there a tornado? No, there is not a tornado anywhere in the United States right now. After the stream, I highly recommend watching Will's first video. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting watch if you want to learn more about why we're doing this and what our long-term goals are. It's an interesting watch for sure. I live 30 south of Saratoga Springs. We just had thunder, lightning, but not much of rain. Yeah. That does make sense. Let's go back up there. In fact, there isn't a single severe thunderstorm warning in the state of New York right now, but there really isn't a whole lot going on, which is obviously, again, good news. Yeah, Saratoga Springs, you're probably hearing a lot of thunder off to your southeast with those storms that went through Schenectady. And they're just going to continue to push on to the north or to the east, more or less. So there are also bad people in football. Yeah, there's bad people in everything, but it's not about that necessarily. Like the important thing is to always try to find the best people, because there are good people. And I think inherently, I think most people are good, like, so you pull the weeds out of your yard and then you're left with, there's still tons of grass. There's still so much grass. You just gotta pull the weeds out of your yard sometimes. There is this considerable flash flood warning in oh, that's actually technically West Virginia, I see. So that's like for Martinsburg up here in West Virginia. And that's the Berkeley County one that's been active for quite a while. That one's only going to last for another 14 minutes here. And same deal with the Colorado one for Custer and Pueblo counties. That one's only going to last for another 14 minutes as well. And all of our considerable considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska were cleaned up. So we just have one big box now. And that's going to last for a whole nother hour here, as the weather is really taming down at decent amounts. We still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Texas as well. That one is for Bailey and Lamb counties. It's got 13 minutes remaining on it. I thought this was a different county. Or unless this is a different, oh wait, this is a different one. it's just south of the other one. I was going to say, I thought we were in here near Bovina. I don't remember what county that is. I can easily find out, but Parmer, that's what it was. Yeah. So we did have a considerable in Parmer County. Now we have one splitting the border of Bailey and Lamb counties in Texas. Same general area, though, southwest of Amarillo, northwest of Lubbock. Yeah, Bayern does play tomorrow. We did get a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that just popped up in New York. One for Ellenville, where there is a smaller storm that's trying to get itself going. It's got some small hail in there and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. And then another one just to the northeast of Binghamton. That one is also bringing in some small hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You're going to see this one has its own gust front here showing up on radar. It's definitely pretty outflow dominant, which is good. It means it's not going to pose any type of a tornado or significant hail threat. But it does mean that there's going to be definitely a wind threat with it. And there's a lot of lightning in these storms as well. Yeah, there's a we can take a quick trip up north. We got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out in Canada right now. One to the south of Calgary, and what did I need to do? There it is. This is pretty cool stuff that CanadaWX.com allows us to do. So just like not, oh, okay, the Vancouver radar unit, here you go. There's a half circle or a semicircle severe thunderstorm warning out here as well. That's near Courtney. Near Prince George, we have another severe thunderstorm warning as well. Some gusty winds in there for sure. And then further north in Alberta, another severe thunderstorm warning up here. And this one's like in the middle of a radar hole. There really aren't any radar units. Is this a radar unit? What? Why is there a radar unit here on Middleton Island? That's so random, but kind of cool. I actually didn't even know that was there. Now I'm just exploring. I mean, obviously I knew like there are some radar units near the coast in Alaska, of course, but I did not know that there was one on Middleton Island, just in the middle of the Gulf of Alaska. I did. Sorry, I'm learning today. Oh, Hayden, you got rid of the volumetric scanner? Why'd you get rid of it? What happened? Wait, it's still here. It's still there. What do you mean? And it still looks very nice. He said he got rid of it. There's an update coming out Saturday, which will have high-res polygons, and everything in the dev build will be published to the public. Nice. A huge update coming for CanadaWX.com. Very nice. After that, they're going to have a pro mode coming out with volumetric and cross sections. Nice. Very cool stuff, Hayden. Kason, I see your message from a couple minutes ago. If I can meet one music band or music artist songwriter, I'm not going to lie. I think I would pick Post Malone because he's just like a chill, down to earth dude. Like he's just a cool guy that I would enjoy to hang out with and like have a drink with. I think he'd just be a fun dude to hang around. Like Snoop Dogg would be a cool one too. Just like cool people to hang out with. But there's a lot of other ones I'd love to meet as well. Like Dominic Fike, I think would be cool to talk about music with. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be very inactive tomorrow in terms of severe weather. Same thing with Sunday, or with Saturday. Sunday might not be quite as inactive, by the way. But tomorrow out towards France might be very, very active in Europe. But we won't be live covering that, unfortunately. Maybe someday we'll be able to cover big time events that happen in Europe. I mean, we will be able to someday, just today's not that day, or tomorrow's not that day. We are going to be covering Brazil in a couple of weeks, though, which is going to be cool. We'll be spending about a week doing that. Got another flash flood warning that just populated out here in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of them right now on the map. We got a total of 21 flash flood warnings on the map, but only 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. And in just a couple minutes, 2 of those are going to expire. And we did just get a tornado warning
has been issued
in Pennsylvania. And I don't know exactly what that's for, to be honest with you. It could be this near Hazleton. My map's getting a little messy out here in Pennsylvania. Could be the storm near Marysville. Or that might be the same one I was just looking at a second ago. It probably is this one. That's just near Harrisburg. Could be this one near Lancaster. There it is. Okay, it's the one near Lancaster here. So we do have a tornado warning here. And I don't think that this was anything like a funnel cloud was reported or anything like that. It's all radar indicated rotation here. See if there were any. Okay, so there was a report of a flat but large, broadly rotating wall cloud with a large tail cloud. I'm assuming they're talking about an inflow stinger. So we do have a tornado warning here in Pennsylvania right now. And it's not going to last that long. I'm going to see if we can get any cameras out of Lancaster. Give me just a moment. There are not very many cameras in Pennsylvania that I can get. Here's one. This is not in this tornado warning. It's just to the southwest. It's not really going to show us anything, though. So that's about the best I'm going to do. I'll leave that one at the bottom, but make sure that we can see the radar in full force here. It is in a bit of a radar hole, unfortunately. There's definitely some rotation there near Lancaster or New Holland. I really have no idea why Eastern Pennsylvania is like kind of a radar hole when it's like extremely densely populated, but that's a topic for another time. But this tornado warning only lasting 20 minutes here, so it's going to last another 18 minutes from now. And yeah, again, it's all we're looking very upper level stuff here. I mean, or not very upper, more like mid level stuff. Like we're looking at 7,000 feet in the air. My point is that we don't have a good scan on the lowest parts of this storm, so you have to kind of rely on observations with this type of storm. But there was a report of a wall cloud. And it is a tornado warning nonetheless. That is going to last for, again, another 17 minutes here. It's moving east at about 10 miles per hour-ish. What do they have it tagged as? Let me look. Yeah, moving east at 10 miles per hour is about what they have it tagged as here. So, again, this is a tornado warning for Lancaster County. So, if you are just to the northeast of Lancaster, definitely make sure you're taking this one seriously here, as we could have a tornado at some point with this storm. It's not one that, again, it's not a storm I'm sitting here like, my goodness, this is definitely going to put down a tornado. But it's still possible. So make sure that you are taking it seriously. And 16 minutes are remaining on this tornado warning. Again, it's moving east at 10 miles an hour. The National Weather Service has it tagged as located over Leola, which, again, we are right along this road here that connects Lancaster towards like Churchtown or Morgantown. And what we see on radar is not very impressive here, but there definitely is at least some rotation in there. It's just, unfortunately, it's in a radar hole. The lowest look we can get is, surprisingly, from the Delaware radar, which is coming in at right around 7,000 feet. What do I think is better? Freezing water, cold water, room temperature water, hot water? It depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about to drink it, like very cold water to drink it. To take a shower, I don't like scorch your skin type of hot water, but I do like a warm shower for sure. Yeah, drinking water definitely cold. Significant flooding at times in Dublin from earlier. Yeah. Again, if we did have a tornado, it would be right near New Holland right now. And this is, again, it's not a storm where I'm sitting here and I'm like, I think this is definitely going to put down a tornado or anything like that. but it is still concerning. You should still take it seriously. Again, near Leola or New Holland. And this is Lancaster County in Pennsylvania here. We are just to the northeast of Lancaster itself. Here's Lancaster. And if we had a tornado, it would be kind of right in this area. I'm not really a big golf guy, no. Again, what we're looking at here on radar, you're going to see this bright banding in purple that's starting to show up here. The reason that we don't have a great image on this tornado or this storm that's capable of producing a tornado anyway, is because it's in a little bit of a radar hole here. So the lowest image that we can get on this tornado or this storm, is around 6,700 feet to 7,000 feet. So we can't get a good picture on the lowest levels of this storm. So it's a difficult one to judge, but our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, by the way, has been downgraded. So looking at only one considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska for those 70-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some isolated instances of larger hail in there as well. And other than that, this tornado warning is really all that's going on at the moment. Still a lot of flash flooding around the United States right now, though, as we are looking at, I think, 20 different flash flood warnings right now. So, and you'll be able to see that at the top of your screen as well. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see active watches here. I'm going to play through all of the watches that are on the map right now for those who may just be tuning in, so that in case you leave after this tornado warning, you do know if you are under a watch for the rest of the night. So follow along at the bottom of your screen and then the bottom right there as well. Does this qualify as a severe weather outbreak? I don't know if I would say that. I mean, there has been a decent amount of severe weather today and a couple of tornado warnings. Definitely not a tornado outbreak by any stretch. I mean, you could maybe call it a severe weather outbreak since there has been a lot of severe weather in general today, but it hasn't been like a super robust, like crazy event or anything like that. Michelle, good to see you in the chat. Liam Henderson, good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well tonight. Again, this is a tornado warning in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania right now, just to the northeast of the city of Lancaster itself, near Leola or New Holland. Pretty much right around New Holland right now. There was a report of a wall cloud on this storm a little while ago. That was like almost a half hour ago now. Papa Earl, good to see you in the chat as well. The storm near Harrisburg, by the way, is could be dropping some smaller hail in there. So definitely something to pay attention to. It's tagged for up to 1 inch hail. But there's a lot of rain in here. So more flash flooding definitely possible along I-78. Night's going well. Can't complain. And this tornado warning is only going to last another 7 minutes here. We're going to see if it holds. Update coming to the dev branch. What's going to be on the update, Hayden? Should I check it out? Hayden, you're hitting me with like a tease, bro. I want to know what's going to be in the update. There are some very, very strong winds, by the way. This might get upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. I think you could easily be looking at maybe 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in here. As I mean, my goodness, look at the way these winds are surging out. It's like a downburst or something. This is insane. Like in this little yellow core here, you're getting wind speeds at 1,200 feet in the air, which is not very high, at like 110 miles per hour. That's kind of insane. So it would not surprise me at all to see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning put here. And it probably wouldn't be this entire box. They would add a new polygon on the map that would look something like this, and last for a shorter duration. New icons, better performance, the drought monitor, and then NATO cast. Wow, Hayden, you're doing it all, dude. Hayden does not have a YouTube channel, but he is the developer of Canada WX. This is crazy, by the way. I mean, this is like downburst type of something or another going on here. I'm very surprised there hasn't been a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on this at some point here over the last few minutes. And we still could get one, but. And back to our tornado warning in Lancaster County in Pennsylvania. Still watching that as well. That tornado warning has just 5 minutes remaining on it. If you're in Ephrata, you're probably okay. This should be just to your southeast. So this is closer to like New Holland, for example. And I don't really think this is a storm that's going to produce a tornado personally, but you should still, if you're in the tornado warning box at all, let me just turn off the radar for a minute. So here's where you might be. And this storm's closer to New Holland, and it's moving to the east. So you should be okay in Ephrata. But if you're in this tornado warning polygon, you should still get to a basement or a storm shelter of some kind just in case. But this tornado warning is only going to last another 5 minutes, and I don't think they're going to issue a new one, or another 4 minutes now. And again, I don't think they're going to issue a new one. I don't think the storm will produce a tornado, but still take it seriously. It's up. Oh boy. Let's take a look. I'm probably going to need to do, there we go. All right. What am I supposed to be looking at? I forgot already. What did you said you're adding the NATO cast soon? Some new icons, you said. What are these new icons? Oh no. Now the volumetric scanner is gone now. Unless you moved it. Drought monitor. Okay. How do I access the drought monitor? Maybe it's in forecasts. Oh, wow. That looks pretty nice. I need to get something like this on my website. Man. That's pretty nice right here. I like this a lot. Oh, that's the new icon, I presume. Volumetric is gone. Drought monitor is there. Gotcha. How come you got rid of the volumetric scanner? Because I thought you said you were going to make it you're going to add it to the pro version. And again, this tornado warning is about to expire in less than 2 minutes, and I don't think it really poses any threat personally. Oh, it's on the radar page too? Okay. Oh, show drought monitor. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool, I will say. And you can read about it too? Question mark. Oh, no, it'll just take you to the radar. No, you can read about it. Whoa. All right, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool, Hayden. Very, very nice. All right, we did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning there, I think, a moment ago. I'll show that in a minute. Again, our tornado warning is going to expire in less than a minute here. And I highly doubt we're going to get a new one. I don't think this is going to produce a tornado. It doesn't seem very concerning to me. And that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning is downstream out here in Nebraska. So it's going to be another large downstream warning, and that one's going to be headed towards North Platte now. And again, I'm really surprised that there isn't a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Like for Stapleton or Ringgold. Like something like this would make a lot of sense for like a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Or let me shift that a little. Something like that. As these yellows that are getting into here, these really bright yellows, like especially right here where my cursor is, I mean, literally you're getting winds at 1,000 feet in the air that are well above 100 miles per hour. I mean, that's kind of insane. I'm really surprised there isn't a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on this. Or like 80 mile per hour winds, or perhaps even 90 mile per hour winds. More like 80 probably, but either way, that's not the point. The point is that this is definitely a very, very significant wind bag out here in Nebraska. You got to work on the pro version still. Got you. And that tornado warning is gone, by the way. So we have no tornado warnings on the map. Shout out all of our members, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. One of the new features on the website that exists is our members are all shown on our website, which is cool. And these icons all light up now when you hover over them, which is cool. There's a lot of cool things, including you can see me talking about it right now. You can get in touch with us. You can get the forecast for your location. Of course, I'm in Starkville, Mississippi right now, and it'll give me the forecast for my location, including the current conditions, the risk level from the Storm Prediction Center, and everything coming up over the next few days, or for the next 5 days, I should say, including the UV and the Storm Prediction Center's risk. And you'll see Starkville is not in any risk level over the next few days. Then you can go to the Outlook page, and you can read all about the outlooks as well. in a much more digestible font. And you can even download this now in 4-panel mode too. So you can download everything at once. The categorical, tornado, wind, and hail outlooks all in one image and share that with your friends and family, or you can do them individually. And if you want to zoom in, you can even go by the county here, and then you can copy those images to share with your friends and family. So really, really cool stuff. Here's where that tornado risk outline was for today, by the way. And the reason we won't be live tomorrow is because, and Saturday, is there's just not really anything going on. And that's a good thing. That's always a good thing. But as we go forward into Sunday and Monday, that's probably going to change. Man, I really am continuously surprised that this is not a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for like Stapleton. I mean, this is kind of insane. I mean, we're seeing some pixels coming back here. Find some of like the brightest yellows that I can get to. I mean, some of these pixels are coming in at 103 knots at 1,200 feet in the air. And, that's like 120 miles per hour. And now keep in mind, those aren't the winds that are happening at the surface. At the surface, friction is going to slow them down dramatically from like 120 down to like, you could be seeing wind gusts in here that are reaching like 80 or 90 miles per hour. Your attention split with the Bill Steelers game. You're in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. I promise you, you are all good to go. There is no tornado warning anymore in Pennsylvania or anywhere in the United States. Tyler saying I got a severe thunderstorm headed my way in eastern West Virginia, western Maryland. Yeah, I might ruin the solar eclipse for you. This is literally blowing my mind that this is not a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Like, this is crazy looking. There are some pixels coming back in here again, like at like 120 miles per hour almost. This is just nuts. Did I say solar eclipse? Lunar eclipse is what I meant. Sorry, I just got done talking with Capucci about the solar eclipses out in Spain. Or the solar eclipse, singular, not eclipses, but we talked about other eclipses as well and like his future plans. Like I think in Egypt next year, something like that. There's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, finally they put it down for Nebraska. That always scares me when that sound comes through for some reason. I think I jumped. But there's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning again. This is a destructive wind bag right now. So a very, very significant wind event ongoing in Nebraska. We're going to see when that warning populates in just a moment here, but I mean, just an absolutely insane scene in Nebraska right now. Trying to see if I can find one of these traffic cameras out here that maybe has a photo of this storm. Fortunately, I'm not really able to find one. There aren't any video cameras out here. And here's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's tagged for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. And it's going to last for another 40 minutes. But again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning capable of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now in Nebraska. And it's moving southeast at about 50 miles per hour. So again, this is a strong storm here with destructive winds that's rolling through Stapleton right now, or it's moments away from rolling through Stapleton. And it's, oh, there you go. It's basically in Stapleton now. We're getting radar scans about every 2 minutes here. They got the radar in Sales 2 mode right now. That is the Thedford radar. But this is a very, very destructive situation here with some really, really dangerous straight line winds, essentially. So yeah, a pretty crazy destructive wind bag out here in Nebraska. Again, this is in the Sand Hills right now, just to the north of North Platte. So north of I-80, just north of the river. And it's barreling down towards the river right now. And hopefully it won't hit North Platte because that's the most populated city in this region. But yeah, a really significant wind bag, and it's peaking out like right now when it's about to hit Stapleton, which is definitely concerning here. I mean, Stapleton is just about to get ran. Seeing a couple of pixels coming back at 107 knots. That's over 120 miles per hour. I mean, that's insane. It's getting off my scale. When you go above 100 knots here, you're beyond my color palette. Let me make this slightly smaller so you can see my color palette on the left-hand side of your screen. Just you see, man, where'd my pen tool go? Here's my color palette. What? Look at this. I don't even know what just happened there. Sorry. Look at this. That's my color palette here. And at the top here, you're going to notice that it caps out at 100 knots. So it's going beyond my scale, this storm, in some areas. And look at this. Now you're getting aliasing issues. So, okay, this is a unique thing, or not. It's not that unique. It's an artifact of how the radar unit works. So the radar unit does its best to de-alias the data that comes in. So essentially, the radar unit has a maximum velocity at which it can measure wind speeds. And when that velocity is exceeded, they show up negative. So you're going to see that all of these winds are green and blue, which means it would mean they're going towards the radar unit, which is the wrong direction, right? That would mean they were moving northbound, when in reality, they're moving southbound here. And the reason it's showing up like that is because you're running into an aliasing issue now. Where the radar program and the radar itself are not able to de-alias this mess that's going on here. And so that's why you go from this bright yellow to this green. It's like the winds magically change direction in one frame. That's not actually what happened, of course. What happened is now you're getting an aliasing issue. But again, this storm is just barreling down to the south south/southeast-ish kind of a path, something like this. I don't know. Hopefully it stays between North Platte and Lexington with the most significant part of these winds. So it'll impact as few people as possible. Man, this is just crazy. This is actually insane. I'm surprised this is only tagged for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, to be honest with you. Personally, I think I would have tagged this for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, this is a very dangerous situation and perhaps a this is hilarious. I didn't even mean to click on this, but that looks so funny. Anyway, what do the WX names mean? That means weather. WX is a shorthand for weather. Yeah, still running into a bunch of aliasing issues here, man. A very dangerous situation with this storm here. It's rolling right through Stapleton right now, and it's headed down Highway 83. Hopefully, it'll stay just east of North Platte, or it'll weaken by the time it gets there. But we're going to stay with this for a little while longer. And when this begins to die down a little bit, that's when we'll end off the broadcast. But we're going to stay with this for at least a little while here. As again, this is a destructive wind bag in Nebraska right now. And it's coming out of the Sand Hills right now. It's about to head towards the river valley, which, as many of you may know, I-80 literally just rides the river here. Specifically, does WX mean content creators from other channels? No, I mean it literally just means weather. That's all it means. It just means weather. Most meteorologists, like even ones who don't create content, will put WX like in their social media handles and things like that. It's possible we're looking at a little bit of a land spout here, by the way, or like a little gust NATO. So this wouldn't be like a robust tornado like type of event here by any stretch, where you're watching a tornado coming out of the cloud, right? This is more of a land spout or a gust NATO type of deal if we have one. This is likely just all dust here that's getting tossed up, if that's the case. Yeah, over the last like 3 or 4 scans, we're still getting tons of aliasing issues from the radar unit. So the radar just not able to discern these wind speeds because they are so fast. Again, all of this should be yellow, not green. That's in this circle right here. All of that should be like a bright yellow type of color, not a green. But you're running into those aliasing issues. Would they put a tornado warning on it just in case? Probably not. It's completely outflow dominant here, so there might be like a special weather statement or something that's on there tagged for land spouts and things like that. But generally, the winds are going to be more damaging than any land spout or gust NATO from this. I mean, this is a destructive wind scenario here. So it's not necessarily 100 to 120 mile per hour wind bag, because you have to remember that what you're seeing on radar is not at the surface, right? In this case, what you're seeing in Stapleton, these crazy looking winds out of Stapleton, those are actually coming in at around 2,000 feet in the air. So friction will dramatically decrease those winds by the time you get down to the surface. So you would likely be looking at sustained winds on the order of like 60 ish miles per hour. And then you'll eventually see some wind gusts, maybe to around 70, 80, perhaps even 90 miles per hour with how intense this seems. Does Nightbot respond? Nightbot just, it'll only respond if you give it like commands. This just looks absolutely insane with all the aliasing issues going on. Just a major wind bag. Yeah, it won't reply if you just like at it. You'll Why are there two TBS positive cells in the storm? I don't really tend to look at TBS or anything like that. But yeah, I mean it's just going to be radar contamination or a data contamination. I mean, I guess maybe what it's looking at is like over here where there is some sort of a boundary here on this cell that's like half embedded into the cluster here. It's not really anything that would be capable of producing a tornado, in my opinion. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, but you'll notice all of this is severely outflow dominant here. You can see that outflow boundary getting kicked out way ahead of everything. So nothing that would really be capable of producing a tornado in here at all, but just a majorly dangerous wind event nonetheless. And we're getting so many aliasing issues with the radar unit here. This is just kind of insane. Even when I enable de-aliasing, it's still terrible. And I always have it enabled. For reference, here's what it looks like with de-aliasing enabled. And if I disable it, it looks like this. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. So this is me enabling and disabling de-aliasing. So again, this is just an artifact of working with radar units that have a maximum threshold of velocity at which they can measure. Yeah, okay. Shout out to Weather Wisdom for sending this to me. There was a 92 mile per hour measured wind gust 5 minutes ago with this storm, measured by the Mesonet. So this should be tagged with 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Oh, it is. Now it is tagged with 90 mile per hour wind gusts. And actually, they just updated the warning. So at 8 p.m., a weather station recorded a 92 mile per hour wind gust in Stapleton. I think that is good, and I would have made it 90 mile per hour initially, if not even 100 mile per hour wind gusts. I mean, this is a major wind bag event out here. I mean, this is again, these wind gusts can deal as much damage as a weak tornado. I mean, these are very, very damaging wind gusts. It's a very significant wind bag event out here in Nebraska. See you, Kevin. Have a great rest of your night. But I mean, look at this. But right before we ran into all the aliasing issues, just these bright yellows coming in. Again, we're getting pixels in here at 1,500 feet in the air, which is not that high. that are coming in well above 120 miles per hour. I mean, that's insane. And it's still continuing to surge south. We don't know exactly what this is looking like, but in terms of the velocities, because of all the aliasing issues going on. Can you explain why there's storms developing, some strong to even severe behind the cold front? So sometimes you can get storms that'll pop up behind a cold front, largely due to just leftover instability that hasn't been used. A lot of times with these types of severe weather events that are cold front driven, you don't really use that much of your instability because, and by use your instability, I more so mean like your cold, or pardon me, your low level instability, and some of your upper level instability as well. Because what happens is like here's your surface, for example, and you have your cold air that kind of acts as a wedge, right? It's more of a like a oh let me draw this a little better. Here's your surface, and you have like your cold front here. That's like kind of like a wedge, right? It's not like super gradual. It's kind of a steeper. Um, I don't know why I keep drawing this more like a warm front. It's a little more like this. Anyway, this is your cold air, or it's just cold relative to the other air, and it's forcing all that air in front of it up. It's forcing that moisture up into the air, right? And that's what creates your clouds, right? And your thunderstorms as a result. But because you're forcing it up kinematically, which just basically means like it's being pushed up by the other air. It's not rising buoyantly. It's not using that cape. It's not using that instability up as much. So as the atmosphere recovers behind a cold front, so now if we move this cold front on, and like basically off your screen here, some of that warmer air aloft can sink back down a little bit sometimes, especially if there's entrainment aloft as well. That stops that hot air from being able to rise even further after it's been lifted. And then if there's still instability at the surface, you can get some parcels that'll rise even behind that cold front, especially in the summertime, when the air behind your cold front isn't really that cold. It's just cooler than the other air. And so then you can get parcels to rise away from the surface and then tap into all this other instability that was left over, essentially. So that's hopefully that kind of answers your question. But again, coming back to our significant wind bag in Nebraska, again, still running into tons of aliasing issues at the moment, unfortunately. So I can't get a really good gauge on exactly what this looks like. But it is tagged with up to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. There was a 92 mile per hour wind gust observed on this 10 minutes ago. Look at the evolution of this storm, by the way. So right over here, in my opinion, this easily could have had a destructive tag at this point, right near Thetford. But then time passed, and this started to bubble up like crazy. Like I mean, watch all the mass that you can see just beginning to surge down, and it just exploded. I mean, this is just a vicious windbag, and it blew right through Stapleton, right near like its peak, essentially, and produced that 92 mile per hour wind gust. But it's still could be producing the same exact type of wind gust, or perhaps even higher than that, as it pushes down to the southeast here. But we're running into aliasing issues now. That's why everything's green. So I can't really determine exactly what those wind speeds are looking like at the moment, but still a very dangerous and perhaps destructive storm here for anyone who's caught in the path. I have a St. Louis suntan. Well, I'm in Starkville, Mississippi right now. I'm doing my master's at Mississippi State University. So You should look at the Pittsburgh radar for Western Maryland. You can see the parcels rising in real time over the radar scans. Yeah, you can see so many cumulus bubbles pop up, I'm sure. I can take a look at it. But yeah, lots of little cumulus bubbles will begin to fire off, and that happens a lot. There's a bunch of them. And sure, the DC radar will show a similar thing, just all sorts of little cumulus bubbles that fire off all over the place. And those ones are rising buoyantly for the most part. And there's still that upper level support, keep in mind. So you still have that supportive upper level flow from the jet stream. And so those storms can still remain organized. They just have to buoyantly rise if they're going to fire off. Oh my goodness. This is just insane, this wind bag out here. I mean, this is literally nuts. 90+ mile per hour wind gusts. It's just crazy when you watch this thing over time. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm going to let this loop play through a handful of times here because it's just kind of crazy looking. I mean, you can watch that outflow boundary really pushing out. Do the winters get cold in STL? Yeah, they do. We get snow. We don't get as much as a lot of places, but we do get snow. We spend a lot of time below freezing. But it's not as brutal as like a Minnesota, for example, or like Wisconsin or up in the Dakotas or anything like that. Yeah, I don't have anything crazy in terms of traffic cameras. There are a bunch in and around North Platte, but none of them are live. All of them are snapshot cameras, so they're just photos. So if I find a decent one, I'll show it. But Nebraska, unfortunately, doesn't have any live traffic cameras that you can view. The one that's closest to Stapleton is unavailable, and that might be a telling sign of what's going on out there. I mean, most of these cameras are literally looking at nothing. Like they're just zoomed into the road. You don't know real snow? I mean, yeah, we don't get crazy snow like that in St. Louis. I'm still looking around, seeing if I can find a decent view of this storm from any camera possible. Yeah, I've checked like 30 something cameras in the general vicinity in North Platte, but not finding anything. Yeah. Wow. This is not even in the right okay, so this is just an epic view, so I wanted to show it. This is up near Hyannis or Alliance to the northwest of North Platte. Um, there it is. It's like up here. And so it's not really in this storm at all. But I just wanted to put it on the screen because that is epic. Look at this image. That is just an absolutely stunning photo from a traffic camera. I mean, that's insane. That's got to be like the single most beautiful traffic camera of all time. Like, that's just a crazy photogenic photo. The one car all alone on the highway, the rays of the sunlight, the cumulus way off in the distance, the hills rolling, all the grass, the railroad tracks. That's got to be the most, in the lake too. That's got to be like, or I guess it's more of a pond than a lake. That's got to be like the most photogenic traffic camera in history. I just wanted to show that really quickly. I'll leave that in the bottom left for your viewing pleasure. I do appreciate a good highway sunset picture, apparently. Yeah, I didn't really know that I needed to see that, but I did. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning has 11 minutes remaining on it, by the way. The considerable severe thunderstorm warning surrounding the whole storm for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, that one's got another 26 minutes remaining on it. Tom saying, I'm located just outside of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, where we get quite a bit of snow. My biggest complaint is definitely how long winter tends to linger here. Yeah, that's fair. It's a lot better when you have the infrastructure to handle snow. Like, for example, you can get multiple feet of snow in some areas of the world, and it doesn't really matter. Like, they have the infrastructure to deal with that. They have the equipment. But then when you get like 4 inches of snow, in the southeast, for example, and the world ends. Like, I mean, it's literally like a dystopia. Yeah, see, the thing about Seattle and the Pacific Northwest, like, I could never really live there because it's just the same year round. Like, it's always like it's just rainy and cool always. And it gets hot too, but like it's generally like it's always just rainy and cool. Yeah, in St. Louis, we get all 4 seasons in full force, really. We don't get like a crazy winter. And there's a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so they are going to issue a new one because this previous one is going to expire in just 10 minutes here. So we'll see where that one shows up on the map in just a moment. Oops. Oh, look at that. Oh, I went all the way back in time. I was like, that didn't look right. Now, this is a crazy storm out here. Okay, so this is a massive destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's been put in place here. It is going to include North Platte. I do think the most significant winds on this storm are going to be to the east of North Platte, where we're having all this aliasing issue nonsense here. But North Platte will be included in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning with up to 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 90. I mean, that's insane. Absolutely insane. And this is going to last for another 40 minutes here. So 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It is radar indicated, so they haven't had anything new observed anyway. And this is going to include Custer and Lincoln counties out here in Nebraska. It is kind of odd that Lincoln County is over there when Lincoln is over here. Lincoln is in Lancaster County, and North Platte is in Lincoln County. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me. Just rainy from mid-October to mid-April. Well, that's like the majority of the year. It's not rainy all year. It's only rainy 11 months of the year. No, I mean, that's still a lot of the year, though. Patriots are losing losing to the Cleveland Browns. Interesting. I don't really follow the NFL much, to be honest with you. North Carolina is the champion of mismatched county and town names. Yeah, I haven't really played around with it much, but I believe you, Scott, because you have the experience in the Carolinas that I do not. Half the year, yeah. Here we go. We finally have a frame without aliasing issues, and this is definitely a worthy destructive severe thunderstorm warning to be continued here because this is still insane. I mean, this is nuts. We're still getting values here of over 100 knots, breaking my scale. And we got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Why? I guess I don't know. I mean, this is already covered. Okay. Well, there's a massive wind bag here in Nebraska. It's funny because in our forecast video, I mentioned that the HRRR was sniffing this out, and I didn't think it would happen exactly like this. I mean, the HRRR got this exactly. It had a significant wind bag barreling through this part, specifically this part of Nebraska. Okay, I see what they did. The new destructive severe thunderstorm warning is just going to include Dawson County here to make it more of a square or a rectangle. I don't know why they didn't just include this in the original one. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The point is, we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. I mean, this is just crazy. Literally insane. Is that the edge of the WFO? It switches to Blue Hill. That would make sense, Hayden. I need to get a, you know what? I meant to do this. Let me see if I can find one. Alert areas. Let's see if this works. Trying to add a place file here. I meant to do this like forever ago. What in the world? Oh, that's not what I wanted. What is this like? Okay, so that's just adding watches to the map and things like that. Interesting. That's not what I was looking for. Okay. This is what I was looking for, I think. Let's see if this works. Okay. It just only, you have to zoom in to actually see it. Yeah, you're right. It is a different CWO. Why is it bizarre? Very bizarre. It's strange that I have to be so far zoomed in order to see this. Okay. Paint Shop, good to see you back in the chat. It's just still a vicious wind bag here. I will say it's not as dramatic as it was earlier. I think 90 miles per hour is still fine on this for now, but I think it'll be lowered down to 80 mile per hour wind gusts here relatively soon. That original destructive severe thunderstorm warning is about to expire. And then we'll be on to just the new one here. But you'll notice that even though we're getting further away from the radar, right, which means that you are higher up in the atmosphere. So now we're looking at closer to 3,000 feet. This is like 2,600 feet about. And over closer to North Platte, we are looking above almost 4,000 feet. We're at like 3,700 feet. And even though we're getting further away from the radar unit, that should mean, right, in theory, that would mean that your wind should speed up with height on average anyway. That's not always the case, but on average. However, these yellows are not nearly as potent as they were earlier. You'll see back near Stapleton. There was definitely some sort of a crazy downburst near Stapleton here. Still definitely a storm capable of, at the very least, 70 mile per hour winds. Probably 80 as well. Michael here from Lutz, Florida. Good to see you in the chat, Michael. Hope you're having a great night and staying safe. And still tracking this destructive wind bag. And by the way, that original destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted here, or has expired, I should say. So we're just dealing with the new one now, of course, which is going to last another half hour. I do think it'll probably eventually get downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And again, that's a good thing, as this continues to expend its energy here. There is still a significant threat for, or not a significant threat per se, but like favorable conditions for like a couple of land spouts or gust nados with this. Again, those would not be super damaging, but in fact, they probably wouldn't even be as damaging as the winds themselves that are in this storm. Still something worth noting, though. We're probably going to stay live here through the end of this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so for about another half hour. And then I got to go take a shower and go to bed because I got a 9 a.m. class tomorrow. And then I'm going to enjoy Friday and Saturday off probably because there's just no weather, which is good. That's a good thing. The less there is, it's little victories sometimes. You get, a day off here and there. It's not common to get a day off when you're covering the entire nation, but when I do, I gotta enjoy it. Can't take it for granted. Got to make the most of it. Tomorrow I'll be probably spending a little bit of time at the pool with some friends, and probably going to get some schoolwork done as well. And then, yeah, should be a good night. Good day. Weird Bug by Environment Canada. They said there's a line of severe warnings northwest of Medicine Hat, but it's just one. Interesting. Oh gosh, I have the drought monitor still on. I'm guessing you're talking about this one. Well, it says a line of severe thunderstorms, not necessarily a line of severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't know where you were talking about, though, to be fair. What did you say? Something medicine hat. I don't honestly, I have no idea where medicine hat is, but. Oh, this one. A line of severe thunderstorms. Yeah, it's not really a line. I mean, I do agree with you there. Do they both say that? Yeah, it does say a line of severe thunderstorms. Yeah, I don't know. Not really a line. I mean, this is more of a clustery kind of mess. This is a discrete cell. This one's a fully discrete cell here, closer to Brooks. And it says it's a line as well, which is not true. So I don't know. Still working out the kinks at Environment Canada, I guess. Live tornado sirens in North Platte, Nebraska. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a so for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, sometimes they will turn on the tornado sirens. It'll say like sometimes in these it'll say like requesting immediate broadcast or something. Yeah. EAS activation requested here. You'll see that in blue that I've highlighted in the top left here. So essentially for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, these can be just as dangerous, if not more dangerous than tornadoes sometimes. They're larger scale and the wind gusts can be even stronger than weak tornadoes. I mean, they can be very dangerous situations. So sometimes they will request EAS broadcast for destructive severe thunderstorms like this. But again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I do think that 90-mile-per-hour wind gust threat is beginning to fall off here, which is good. Probably still capable of 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And it will likely get downgraded to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here soon. Or I mean, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's still tagged for 90 at the moment. Sorry about that. I've been fidgeting with this the battery in this remote. Like it's one of these little circle batteries. I forget what they called, like a C or a D battery. What are these? I don't remember. Doesn't really matter. I keep dropping it. But man, this has been a crazy wind bag here in Nebraska. It's cool. We can get the majority of its life cycle here, and you can just watch it over time. You can see we're really peaked out near Stapleton, and then we ran into all those aliasing issues. And then when we got out of the aliasing issues, it's a lot weaker now, which is good. I don't think we'll be seeing 90 mile per hour wind gusts in here. But we could easily be seeing 80 mile per hour wind gusts still. So we'll see what happens with it. Still tagged for 90 right now. Again, 22 minutes remain on this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And we will stay live until this one does end, and then we'll probably end off the broadcast at that point. Yeah, I'll make sure I don't get shocked. Don't worry. Batteries are generally safe to handle, as long as you don't put them in water and connect them to a circuit of any kind. Siren's still going. Yeah, this destructive severe thunderstorm warning has 22 minutes remaining, so they'll probably continue to go off for about 22 minutes here, unless they downgraded this to a just a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Again, nothing has been measured for a little while, like over a half hour with this storm, as there have not been any observed wind gusts of 90 miles per hour or greater. Not for a little while. Again, still about another 20 minutes remain on this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And I do think it will eventually get downgraded here. It does look like it's continuing to weaken. Probably only capable of around 80 mile per hour wind gusts right now. Still tagged for 90 at the moment, which is fine. That storm headed my way is intensifying. National Weather Service almost issued a severe thunderstorm warning for me. What do you mean almost? Yeah, you're going to see all of these bright yellows really starting to fade away into more of a tame orange. And keep in mind, the orange, when I say a tame orange, is still really high. I mean, these are still winds that are being measured above 80 miles per hour. The thing is, we're looking at these winds that they're decreasing in velocity, and you're getting higher and higher the farther we get from the radar, the further these storms push south. So we're looking at wind speeds of in the 80s getting measured around 4,000 feet, which is not that crazy. And this has just now been downgraded to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. And I think that is definitely the right call. And I think in about another 10 minutes, when it could get just lifted entirely, and we'll just be left with the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Although I will say they're going to need a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning around this, because the original one is going to expire in 3 minutes here. I will say the most recent scan here maybe shows just a slight uptick in these winds, so we may not be out of the woods yet. This thing might keep going for a little while here. It is a pretty vicious wind bag that's continuing to push south. We're going to get a new velocity scan in here in just a minute. And that'll help tell us a little bit more of the story here. Again, we are rolling through North Platte. I do think North Platte got spared from the worst of it. I think the worst of it was definitely just to the east of town, which is good. But really some vicious winds with this storm. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of holding steady. I will say it looks like there might be a little bit of a maxima happening near Maxwell here, which is kind of funny. Maxima near Maxwell, right as it's crossing the river here, which I guess theoretically could make sense. The river valley slightly flatter. I don't know. That's a stretch. But still a significant wind bag. The velocity is super broad still. Not necessarily. I mean, when you talk about a velocity couplet being broad, you're talking about rotation. In this case, this is this is just a giant mass. You just have a ton of winds that are all going in the same direction. Of course, they're all going south essentially here, as the storm is just barreling southbound. Still quite intense. Definitely like some sort of a maxima happening near Maxwell here. I wonder if that actually, maybe it isn't as much of a stretch as I thought. Yeah, straight line winds and really dramatic wind gusts. That's the name of the game with this guy here. A really quick trip down south. We're going to go to Arizona. Pima and Pinal counties down here do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings around Tucson, one just north, one just west of Tucson. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a couple of hailstones could be possible in there. Out in Pennsylvania, we have one severe thunderstorm left near Harrisburg. Everything else is just generally some stronger storms. A lot of general thunderstorm business out here on the East Coast. It looks like things have kind of fizzled out for the most part in New York. Still a couple of stronger storms, it looks like here, just to the west, basically between Albany and Binghamton along I-88 there. And then closer into New England, or further into New England, I should say. Couple of storms out here in Vermont. Perhaps a few residual storms in Maine. Not really. Ground clutter getting picked up there. That's interesting. Some showers out here in central Maine. Around Boston and Rhode Island, Connecticut, not really a lot. Some stratiform rain a little further west, so it does look like they'll be staying mostly dry. Same thing with Long Island. I know we had questions about these regions earlier. And it looks like they're going to stay mostly dry. A lot of these storms not going to make it quite that far, which is good. Still a lot of time in the night, though. And into Montana, we have one more severe thunderstorm warning up here. That's going to be for Blaine, Chateau, Fergus, and Hill counties in Montana. Just some gusty winds possible with that. And that's it. That's all that's going on around the country. Still got a couple of stronger cells that are kind of on the side of our wind bag here in Nebraska, but our number one concern on the map in the entire United States right now, of course, is going to be out here near North Platte, crossing I-80 right now as it continues to dive south. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Gonna last another 11 minutes about. But still significant straight line winds or significant wind gusts for sure. Still happening without a doubt near Maxwell, Brady. It's crossing I-80 right now and pushing down to the south. Again, just a significant wind bag out here, just continuing to push down to the south. I hope everybody is having a great night tonight, by the way, and is staying safe with all of the weather that's been all over the place tonight. Again, another 10 minutes, about just under 10 minutes, about 9 minutes remain on our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. When this ends, we're probably not going to get another one. We'll probably get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream here. It would look something like this, I would think. Something like that. And whenever that happens, whenever this destructive severe thunderstorm warning ends, we'll probably end off the broadcast at that point. I will say, I mean, this is still looking pretty concerning here. I mean, it's almost like we're getting a recent resurgence here near Brady right now. Possibly a little bit of rear inflow jet action starting to get involved. I think that actually probably is the case. Some rear inflow jet action starting to get involved here with this storm. So definitely could be seeing another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Definitely possible. Again, it would be kind of like this area, for example, to continue things down or something like this, maybe. And then there'll probably be a larger, considerable severe thunderstorm warning that'll surround it. But I don't think this is going to be capable of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I think 80 would be the maximum that we would see tonight. Can I share a link to a weather-related project I've been working on? What's the project? Only 74 degrees. Yay, August. Should be 10 degrees hotter. Yeah. Well, it depends where you're at. It's also, the evening now, so. Can we get negative 40 back? No. See, okay, I prefer the cold over the heat, but that's too cold. The thing about cold weather is you can always put on more clothes, more layers, add more ways to insulate your body. When it's hot out, you can only take off so many clothes. Like you can't run from the heat like that, you know? You have to get inside and have like infrastructure to deal with heat. And the same thing exists for the cold, but you can exist outside in the cold if you have a lot of layers. You don't have to have like a furnace, for example, but minus 60 sometimes. Yeah, no. I'm just not a big fan of the heat. I mean, I can tolerate the heat. Like a dry heat like you have in Arizona is a lot more comfortable to me, but it's still not like super pleasant or anything like that. We got 4 minutes remaining on our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, we'll get some new warnings here, I'm sure, within a minute or two. It's just what those are exactly going to be. That's kind of the question. Are we going to get a new destructive? Are we going to get a considerable? Or are we going to get both? All questions that'll get answered in the next 4 minutes about. I'm sure there is at least a decent amount of communication amongst these three different National Weather Service offices here. Of course, you got Goodland. What is it? It's Blue Hill, and then Thedford, of course. We did get a new considerable, so that first new warning is in, and we'll see what's going to happen with if we're going to get another destructive or not. And we'll see when when it pops up on the map. That should tell a little bit more of the story as well in terms of what that shape looks like and how large it is. I mean, I guess not necessarily, but. Bugs, especially sand gnats, can be such an annoyance at my location in northern Wisconsin in the summertime. Cooler weather is often a welcome relief for that problem, too. That's fair. Yeah. Okay, so here's that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. That's going to last for another hour, tagged with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to get another one that's going to come out of the Blue Hill office here soon, I'm sure. I'm sure they're in communication, figuring out how they want to play it. You got a hail spike on radar coming for you. Dry heat's all I know. Humid cold is worse than dry cold. Humid anything is worse. Well, I mean, I don't really notice like an appreciable difference between humid cold and dry cold. I'd prefer a humid cold personally, because a humid cold, your nose isn't gonna like start bleeding as much. But a dry heat is infinitely better than a humid heat. Humid heat is insufferable. That's what we have here in Mississippi, and it's just brutal. I mean, we get it in St. Louis back home too, just not as often. In general, though, like my ideal weather is like 60s, fully sunny in the 60s with a light breeze. Like I want to be able to be outside in the sun and be comfortable. Like I don't want to sweat when I'm in the sun. And if it's in the 70s, it might feel nice like on your skin, but you're going to sweat and you're going to be like kind of uncomfortable, like kind of sticky. Like I prefer to have a light breeze in the mid 60s with the sun out. That's the best weather. All right, here we go. We're going to get an update. We're going to find out what's going to happen in just a moment, because these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are about to expire in a minute. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in New York, by the way. I'll show that really quickly. And that's just for Albany, essentially, or headed towards Albany, near Middleburg. Your ideal temperature range is 50 to 70. Yeah, me too. Me too. Seattle's humid cold. It can chill you to the bone like you're soaked. Yeah. All right, and there is that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. So I'm assuming it's going to be something like this. I don't know what it's going to look like. I assume it's going to look something like that. And so I don't think we're going to get a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah. Wow. That was pretty close. So we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Our destructive is going to expire here in about 20 seconds. October is gorgeous here in South Carolina. Yeah, that's how, like, I feel like November can be really beautiful in Mississippi sometimes, but it doesn't last long. Like in Mississippi, you'll get, like in a calendar year, 365 days, you'll maybe get like 10 to 20 that are really pleasant. Everything else is just, it can be brutal. And yeah, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning has expired, or the both of them have expired here. So we're just looking at a pair of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado sirens, if they were still going off near North Platte, should be done now. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts still possible with this storm as it continues south into Nebraska. On that note, we are going to go ahead and end off the broadcast for tonight. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. If you haven't liked and subscribed, I would greatly appreciate if you could do that. It's the number one way to support the work that we do. You can also join us as a member. And make sure to join our Discord server. Follow us on all platforms as well. I won't be live tomorrow or Saturday because there won't really be any weather. We'll probably be live either Sunday or Monday with a forecast video coming out on one of those days as well. So make sure that you are staying tuned for that as well. Subscribe, turn notifications on so you don't miss that. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight and trusting us as your source of weather information. It's not a responsibility that we take lightly. You know, it's something that I take a lot of pride in. So I appreciate that a lot. I hope everybody has a great rest of your night. And I'm going to go ahead and send everybody to Brady, I think, here in just a moment. See if I can figure this out. Redirect. What do I need to do? Click Stormcat 5. So he's live right now. I'm going to send you guys to Brady and just let him know that you came from me before you go for the night. Everybody have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys soon.